Northern New Mexico College. We're honored to host New Mexico residents for a public safety town hall tonight. Thank you to our friends at Northern and to President Balderas for this venue and the hard work of the staff that has put in hours to make this possible. A round of applause for the staff, please. My name is Benjamin Baker, and I work for our governor on matters involving public safety. I am a lifelong New Mexican, and I'm a public safety professional for basically my entire life. And like you, I'm living and raising a family here in New Mexico. I'm grateful to see how many motivated folks have come to join us tonight, because the sheer number of people that have come to our town halls, including this one in Northern New Mexico, demonstrates that this community clearly prioritizes public safety, and I'm grateful for that. We're in Las Cruces Thursday night, and as many of you may have seen, we were in Albuquerque last night. Similar outpouring of community members offering their insights, experiences, and perspectives on public safety within their communities. We're eager to engage in the same respectful, constructive discourse, moving us closer to our shared goals of a safer New Mexico where we can live, work, and raise our families in. Before we launch into the production, I want to introduce our host, President, Northern New Mexico College, Hector Balderas. He's going to say a few words to welcome us, and then he's going to introduce our governor. President Balderas.
Thank you. Let's get back and turn around the applause. I'd like to do two things. Number one is on behalf of our college, our faculty, our staff, our students, and the families that trust us to empower and educate students. I want to thank you because we all understand that we will never have prosperous communities until we truly have safe communities. And so on behalf of our college, we are honored to host such a critical and important conversation. We have dignitaries, members of law enforcement, but most importantly, we are honored to allow the community to have a conversation with our governor and our community thought leaders. And so it's an honor as a leader of this educational institution, which is so vital to the future success of this region. We're honored to play your host. And secondly, I'd like to also introduce someone who is not only a respected leader, former Secretary of Health, a congresswoman, a county commissioner, someone who understands Northern New Mexico, but it's a real honor to also have the governor of New Mexico not only lead a conversation, but to listen to all the wonderful families that are here tonight. So on behalf of, as the president of the Northern New Mexico College, if we could give the governor of New Mexico a round of applause. She's in our campus.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Attorney General. I might just, so I don't have my back to the distinguished panel, but I wanted, I'm the same size, seated or standing, but definitely want to stand out of respect for the men and women and families who are here who have a lot of other things to do. But this conversation is really important to me personally, and to the entire state. So I want to do a little background. Like every New Mexican, I'm no stranger to the fact that there isn't a New Mexico community who doesn't have some risk. Whether that is drugs and overdoses, whether that is too many kids that drop out of school, or whether we've got issues in sustaining businesses, or we've got road rage and related vehicular homicides. This is a state for far too long that it's just recognized that these risks exist, but the strategies that we deliver to our communities don't ever seem to be enough. And I think that will resonate, and we'll hear from you about where you want to go, what your personal experiences are, and what we ought to do differently. 2, when I campaigned in 2018, then I said, public safety is an issue that needs significant efforts to address it in every single community. And every single year since I've been governor, and I've gotten really good, frankly, support from the legislature, we have invested a ton of money in policing and public safety. You probably won't believe this, but it's well more than $1.5 billion. And where you see it in places like Española is that it's available for firefighters, for retention and recruitment, for police officers, for retention and recruitment. It's easy to access. There are grants to the departments because we need more police officers. We need more first responders. We built a new fire station. We helped do improvements to the police station or public safety center. And we're very interested in more regional, collective work between city and county and related jurisdictions. Because if we don't do that, there's no way to adequately catch up or leverage. And so we've been really aggressive about that. The other issue about crime that both the policymakers, the legislature, local government, and me included, we really want to make sure that we're doing that upstream stuff, which the president of the university spoke about. Are we getting kids into college? Yes, we have the second highest enrollment in the nation. We have the highest first-time college students in the nation. So we are really making a difference. And interestingly enough, many of our college students, even with those rankings, are changing careers and going back to school. It's 30, 40, 50, and in my brother's case, a 60-year-old. And so it's doing exactly what it should do, creating stability and economic opportunity for families. We're going to be the only state in America that has universal free childcare. Right now it's 400% of poverty. It's unheard of anywhere in the country. We just had an early childhood education summit. The same thing, we're moving faster and further than any place in the country for free, high-quality 3- and 4-year-old early childhood. And we did a moonshot into our educational system. It's not quite as far along as I would like it in K through 12, but we finally figured out what part of the problem is: reading and literacy. And frankly, before President Valderas was here, no college, no university in the state of New Mexico was teaching educators how to teach reading. So we're all born with the ability to do language, to speak it, but no one's born with the ability to learn to read. There's a very specific way in which humans at all ages have to be taught. Well, none of our educators ever got that training. So the state retrained all of our K through 5 educators. We're moving through that pipeline, and now including this university, and they're all doing it. No university can be accredited, or community college, unless they're using, it's called the science of reading. Right? So we're doing all of that. We've invested $1 billion plus more in behavioral health, $1.5 billion more in hospitals. We're building long-term care facilities. We're building critical behavioral health facilities. We now have increased access to behavioral health in 1 year by well more than 73%, with a 104% increase in behavioral health. All right, is any of that enough? It's not. But is it a huge leap forward? It is. So why is it that we still have these increasing tensions in our community with incredible risk for our families? And after a lot of research, I will tell you why. And I've been asking the legislature, not just now, but for more than 1.5 years, to deal with this intersection. And here it is. There is an intersection of significant public safety risk between individuals who are living on our streets and their drug addiction or serious mental health issues that create violent, serious crime. What I am not saying is that people who are mentally ill or have a behavioral health issue are dangerous, are criminals, and should be treated through an incarceration or an arrest process. And in fact, even if I said that, and I would never, it's illegal. All right, so it has nothing to do with that. But what we've learned is since 2017, and I should let you know this data is not easy to get because they're not really reporting to us, courts and the criminal justice system. Since 2017, there have been 16,000 encounters with a judge. Now wait, here's what that means. Cases, encounters, that mean 16,000 victims in the state of New Mexico since 2017, whose cases never got fully adjudicated. It means they were not before the judge because you know what happened? Case got arrested, go to the judge deems that you are not competent to stand trial. Why not? Because you have a mental health issue and or it's usually a combination that you have a drug addiction issue. So what happens to those defendants? They are released into your communities. And let me tell you what that looks like. 5,000 plus of those 16,000 cases are dangerous felonies. What does that mean? Because this was shocking to me. Rape, attempted murder, drug dealing, human trafficking, human smuggling, serious robberies, repeat large property damage, assaults. It goes on. And again, in this area, it constitutes about 350 people who are released right here. In that number, know this, it's not a one-time thing. So somebody who is dangerous, right, it represents statewide, and I don't think the data is as good as I need it to be, but for the data that I have, compelling enough, 3,291 distinct individuals have gone before judges in your community and statewide 30 and 40 times a year with zero intersections for treatment, intervention, anything, zero accountability. That is wreaking havoc in our state. A couple more things and I'm going to end. One, the only way to get out of that revolving door is to change our laws. You should know that most states, many states have changed these laws, and that New Mexico hasn't addressed commitment, treatment, for 50 years. Can't get it passed. 50 years, not new. And we wonder why it's not working. States like California, so, you know, Democratic states, blue states, California, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, all have these changes. Red states, Florida, Texas, and more have all made the requisite changes to make sure that instead of just dismissing that individual who committed again, these are not misdemeanors, these are serious, dangerous crimes, they get committed to treatment in a secure environment, committed to treatment until they can stand trial. And if they're found guilty, they will go into a correction system. All right, that's the intersection that I am desperate to get in front of. And in addition, we should mandate that courts are reporting to us what's going on. So should every police jurisdiction so that we can make the changes that we need to make when we need to make them. We should do, and frankly, your local leaders, and I don't know how it's going in terms of the enforcement, but we copied the pedestrian safety bill right out of Española, where if it's too much traffic and it's a narrow space, you can't panhandle. Can't. It's constitutional. It was very smart by the folks on this panel. We want it statewide, and we want the enforcement tools to do it statewide. This may shock some of you, shock me, but our panhandling is very organized. Gone are the days, and we do. We have some very needy who deserve our compassion and respect. People who are unhoused that need housing. And I am sure for a meal need your financial support in whatever way you can. What is happening in New Mexico is not that. It is organized. by the 3,291 individuals who are drug dealing everywhere all the time and encouraging people, requiring them to steal and to engage in very dangerous criminal activity. And make no mistakes, they are showing up on your pedestrian areas. And that's happening all over the state. Also make no mistake that when you have this environment, it's permissive. So other states are saying you should go to New Mexico. Nothing will happen. You won't get arrested, and if you do, you're out in 12 hours. It's fine. So they're coming. And we cannot be the place where all of that occurs. Last part. We have the lowest sentencing laws for violent crime in the country. So if you commit a murder, you can be out in 5 years, sometimes less. And there's a debate in the legislature. There's no evidence anymore. Don't know that I believe that exactly, but I'm going to take it for right now. That suggests that longer sentences deter you from crime. But for the victim of that crime and their family, they know that the longer you're in prison, being accountable, the less likely you're to come right back out and murder someone else, which, by the way, just happened in Portales. So I think if you're a felon in possession of a firearm, you stay longer. I think if you are drug trafficking and engaging in fentanyl trafficking, you stay longer. And I'm interested in more of those laws. The legislature has seen these multiple times, not all of them together in that package. There's a disagreement between us about what to do and when to do it. There's no fight. Fighting with local elected leaders doesn't benefit anyone here in the slightest. So we got to work together. But we do need a call to action. And I can't think of a more important time to get in front of this issue. And I want to tell a story that everyone in this community already knows. And the reason I want to tell it is because we should be a lot further along today, and we're not. And it should really make us productively maybe angry, where we're willing to do a call to action and to talk to our neighbors, but nothing that would create more problems with safety and respect. But a woman that everyone knows, Val Martinez and her family, I didn't know Val and Herman. I didn't know who they were. I was being introduced to so many incredible people in Rio Arriba County when I was lucky enough to run. That's the best part about being a candidate. The other stuff is really hard, but when you get to meet people who bring you chili and support, and want to talk to you, and are kind to you, it's the best thing that will ever happen to you. I'm so lucky. And I met Cameron. And I met him in a way that I actually met him and talked to him first before I met his parents. And he wanted to be in a commercial. How lucky am I? And you know, the thing that he was focused on was apprenticeships and trades and more money in colleges and schools and no wrong door. And I will tell you, it's that young man and this family right here in Española that were the backbone and the background for getting free college and trades and education for every single New Mexican. That happened. I absolutely give her a round of applause. And that happened right here. 3 shooters, a drug deal that had nothing to do with this family. Wrong place, wrong time. Do you know, since then, since that horrific tragedy, that will always be heavy for this entire family and their community, everyone here. That's happening every day, everywhere to kids. Kids have guns in schools, mid-school and high school. We have people in cars who are randomly still shooting. They are felons with firearms, and they should not be out of prison in just a couple of years. Absolutely not. All right. So I've gone on too long, but I just wanted to tell you that. And then to make sure that you know that all that violent crime trickles down into broken windows, broken doors, carjacking, car thefts, copper taken out of lighting. All of that is connected to this organized, really dangerous stuff. And if we're going to get after it, we're going to have to pass these laws. And I promised I wouldn't go on too long. Last thing, we haven't increased our police forces. You know, this country's in a big debate about too much police, not enough police, community policing. What does it mean? We have to make sure that our policing is fair and sound and constitutional. All of us have a responsibility to make sure that happens. But to ignore that they have not seen increases. State's doing it now. I'm going to take some credit. State did this all by itself. I mean, the legislature gave me the money, but that didn't come out of the legislature. That's our idea. We asked for 150 million, we got 136, I want more. You have the same number of police officers in the state as you did 30 years ago. We have fewer people in jail in most of our jails and detention centers than we did a decade ago. More people, more risk, more issues. How is that possible? Well, it's possible because there's a revolving door, there isn't justice, and people are right out. So I want to hear you. I need you to tell me whether any of this makes sense, because if it doesn't, then I got to do more. I need you to tell me what other ideas we need at the table. And I need your ideas as well about how do we get these bills, if you believe in them, how do I get them passed in the legislature and when? How can we work together? Because it's going to take every single one of us at this table and in this audience to stand up for the quality of life and the safety of our neighbors and friends, to never let any of these risks be in vain, to learn from the lessons of the past, and to just, quite frankly, say enough is enough. Not in my community. Not now, not ever. So thank you very much for having me and coming out.
Thank you, Governor. A couple of critical parts of our communication team I want to introduce before we get too far down the road. Off to my right are Mariah Garcia and Gabby Seckler, who will be providing ASL translation tonight so that all may receive our message. Please get a round of applause for them. Up in the back, we have simultaneous Spanish language translation that is being conducted by our friend Eduardo Valdez. Mr. Valdez is in the back. Thank you. Pardon me, Vasquez. I was reading too fast, trying to catch up. Mr. Vasquez had emphasized to me when we got here that he is going to be providing real-time Spanish translation for folks so that everybody can understand. One of the things that will help him is if we keep the duration of a thought to a relatively short. I'm not talking to the governor at all. Stop. Everybody stop looking at me. If we can keep the duration and add some pauses in there, and it's not so much about whether or not he can translate the words, it's about going back into recall. So any appreciation or any cooperation into that would be much appreciated. I want to thank both our interpretive groups for their service here and willingness to come do this. I'm going to pass the microphone down this panel so that you can be introduced to the incredible panel members that you have in front of you here, so that you know who are the folks you're talking to, and then we're going to introduce a couple folks in our audience, starting here on my left.
Thanks very much. Good evening, Patrick Allen, Secretary of the Department of Health.
We are the news CBT. Again, good evening, out of respect, Governor Michael Chavarria, Senator Public.
John Ramon Vigil, Mayor, City of Española.
Michelle Garcia, Chief of Police, Española Police Department.
Excellent. Thank you, distinguished panel, and thank you for your commitment to this community. And thank you, first responders that are heading out to work. Let's just get ready to talk about our Española Fire Department. Thank you for the fire. In attendance tonight, we have New Mexico Representative Joseph Sanchez. Thank you for being here, Representative. We appreciate you.
Where is he? He's back in the back.
In addition to the mayor and the police chief, representing the city of Española, we have have Mayor Pro Tem Peggy Sue Martinez, Councilors, go ahead. Councilors Denise Benavides, Pedro Valdez, and Samuel Ledoux. Additionally, Councilor Justin Salazar Torres and City Manager Eric Moore. Fire Chief Johnny Martinez is also here in this crew we just saw go out to work. Well represented within our group here tonight are New Mexico public safety professionals of all disciplines, and I want to thank the men and women who are brave enough to go out and serve their communities. We have several agencies represented here: Rio Arriba County, City of Española, New Mexico State Police, tribal police officers and leaders. Thank you, public servants, for your willingness to be here. Up to my right, we have some incredible cabinet secretaries who lead in areas involving the Secretary of the Department of Public Safety, Jason Bowie, his police chief, Troy Weisler, of New Mexico State Police. Cabinet and Deputy Cabinet Secretaries of Corrections are also seated behind them. Melanie Martinez, Deputy, and Alicia Tafoya, Secretary. Important to get correct is welcome to the men and women serving our United States military, and especially our veterans. Thank you for serving us. I have some tribal leaders that I'm going to acknowledge here that we're really grateful to have and are very important to this community, particularly. Representing OK Wingate, we have Governor Larry Phillips. Lieutenant Governor Howie Aquino. Thank you, Representative Senator. Additionally, we have Governor Craig Quancello from Picores Pueblo and his Lieutenant Anthony Nick Kidman from Picores Pueblo. I also saw in the crowd a few minutes ago, and I wanted to recognize him, Chief Public Defender Bennett Bowers, seated in the back. Recognize our partners from the inside of this. This is not a one-sided criminal justice process. Thank you for being here, Mr. Public Defender. Okay, last but certainly not least, and the most important group to recognize, welcome and gratitude to the citizens of Rio Arriba County and Española, New Mexico. Also recently brought to my attention that Cabinet Secretary of the Department of Transportation, Ricky Cerna, is with us. He is a Rio Arriba County resident. Thank you, Secretary Cerna, for being here. He not refused to identify himself and sit with the cabinet. Thank you, Secretary. Appreciate you. Okay, just a couple brief words about the format for this evening's town hall. There are two incredible staff members at the bottom of the stairs, James Mountain and Jean DeBlasi. They both have microphones that are wireless. And the way we'll do it is folks can raise their hands. If you have a comment or a question that you'd like to be recognized by a member of the panel, one of the staff members will come up to you. And don't worry about timing or duration. The governor's committed to listening to your questions and wants to hear from this community. So don't worry about kind of what order folks go in. Additionally, we had intake forms that you folks might have seen when you checked in here as well as petitions related to the items that we'll be discussing here tonight. So any one of our staff members, of which there are many, will be able to assist you with constituent matters, intake forms, and as well as petitions. So please let us know if you have any questions related to those. And a final discussion about the goals of our town hall here are to stimulate robust discussion and idea generation, which the governor spoke about, surrounding the topic of public safety. Please raise your hand so that we can get a mic over to you so you can not only speak, but be heard by the rest of the group. We are broadcasting this live as well so that the rest of New Mexico can hear you. And please make every effort to keep decorum and respect at the top of our priority list. Focus your questions and comments on public safety to the degree that we're able, knowing that things are complicated and we want to hear from you about those. But respect for everyone here should be the watchword and what we are aiming to do. Applause is obviously encouraged, and we are grateful for applause when folks want to do it. But we are going to discourage folks from booing or heckling in any way, because everybody's voice here counts, regardless of their opinion
or what side of an issue they fall on relative to you want people to be heard. So let's make it our best effort to keep decorum high so that we can be as productive as possible on these important topics. And with all of these important logistical things out of the way, we are ready to begin the public-facing part of this town hall. Who will have our first question? Oh yes, and please introduce yourself so we know you're talking. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Jane Parks, and you talked about the solution including an approach different from just incarceration. So what would that look like? Are you talking about adult drug court or other specialty programs?
It could be any of those. The problem is we never get to those. These cases just get dismissed. So instead of a dismissal, there would be the opportunity with changes in the law about competency and a new definition of commitment. Individuals could be committed to inpatient treatment until they're ready for standing trial. And those could be, and then for folks that are doing well in that could change to community behavioral health. I do want to point out that it's not the system for folks who need access to behavioral health services and drug addiction who are willing to go. These are individuals that should not have to touch a corrections system or a court system at all. And we are doing much better in that space. We actually do have inpatient addiction treatment, investing here along this corridor. It's not going to be enough for still a while. I'd love to tell you that we can do that in 2 years, but I think in 2 years, people will see a remarkable difference. We've seen about 104% increase in just providers coming to New Mexico. So this is, instead of being dismissed to the streets, my mental health issue and my drug addiction can be managed in an inpatient, secure facility for a period of time that would be dedicated into the statute until you can go back and be held accountable if you're found guilty. And if you're not found guilty, you're on the road to recovery, because now we've gotten to the core of the issues that created the problem in the first place. So that's how that would work. It would also work on the civil side, changing the commitment law. And instead of 24 hours or 3 days, I mean, people go to hospitals too. We intersect, we don't take you to the jail, we go right to the hospital, and as soon as you're stable or detox, people are right back out. It's just this revolving door of risk. Family members that are trying to get loved ones into drug addiction treatment, but they will not go. It would also allow, if you meet the statutory criteria, you could also commit someone to appropriate number of days for drug treatment. Because we do have a population, particularly with fentanyl and meth, other opioids and alcohol, who cannot get well by themselves. It would not apply to kids. Parents need better access to treatment programs for kiddos, and we need to prevent that in much better ways around the state, but that's the concept. So we're not treating you in the jail, right? We're treating you with professionals who do treatment. That's not to say that jails don't have professionals, but we all know that's a very hard environment. But you do have to go back before the judge, because we're talking about rapes, attempted murders, human trafficking, drug dealing. These are serious crimes, but they can't stand for trial because they're not competent. So that's what this does.
Governor, my name is Sam Ledoux. I'm a city councilor here in Española, and I'm also a Northern alumni. And I want to thank you so much for making it out here tonight, listening to us. Being a Northern alumni, unfortunately, 10 of my classmates have passed away due to drug-related incidents. They made it to college. They tried everything they could to get through the system and do things the right way, and unfortunately, it didn't work out. And unfortunately, We see every day that the drug dealing that's going on here in Española is hurting all of us. Some say that drug dealing is not a violent crime. I have to say that it is. It is definitely a violent crime. And I see it on the streets, and I hear it in my community. Loved ones, just their lives destroyed by fentanyl. What are you trying to do to, personally prosecute these drug dealers, but at the same time provide compassion and recovery for those who need it? I think we need a solution in the middle. I think we've tried both ways too hard, to the right and to the left, and we need to come together to try to find solutions for both recovery and prosecution. Thank you.
Welcome. Well, I thank you for pointing that out, Counselor. It's nice to see you here. And thank you for public leadership. These are hard jobs. So I think we need tougher penalties for drug dealing, particularly when we're peddling fentanyl. I mean, they are in and out, and in and out, and in and out, and it's the same bad actors, and they are creating risk that we can't keep up with for our young people. I'm going to do a couple of upstream things that are coming. So we've been testing mid-school, getting those kiddos into summer programs. I don't need kiddos out. Without enough supervision and support, our school programs are not really making the grade for before and after school. So we've got the National Guard doing these challenge programs, and the one that we have in Albuquerque at a very high risk middle school district called John Adams looks like it's going to be gangbusters. And I would submit, with a state with the number of resources we have, that ought to be a statewide model and available everywhere. So I want to make sure that we're also talking about ways to prevent kiddos from getting anywhere into risk. 3, our treatment programs are really antiquated, and you don't need me to deliver any more excuses to this community, but I just do want to say this because it's been harder than it should have been, and all of us are suffering, including this community, who had some risk before. So in 2019, I'm the luckiest human on earth because I'm governor of the best state in America. I'm lucky, and I'm clear how lucky I am. We're starting to reinvest in behavioral health because, as you all remember, we canceled, as a state, we canceled behavioral health. Now, 1, that's illegal, and 2, I think it's immoral, but it happened. So almost 8 years, not a single dollar, no Medicaid, because there were no providers. They literally took all their contracts and certifications. So from 19 to the middle of 21, we were settling lawsuits. I got to give the then Attorney General a shout out. We were settling lawsuits from providers who had their certifications and their Medicaid reimbursements taken away, and they were arguably set up for prosecution for fraud that never occurred. So we did the investigations, the fraud never occurred. I had to settle all of their civil lawsuits. Meanwhile, we don't have any providers who will come to a state that would sue you and take away your licenses. That's why you had to settle those lawsuits. And now it's COVID. So we're not opening new practices. Everything is telehealth, right? You can't get in. And for drug treatment, telehealth is not the best option for that set of services. And what are all of our inpatient providers doing? They're treating the Mexicans with COVID. So it was literally, we got knocked down, we got up, and then we got knocked down over and over again until about 22. The last 2 years, we have really been rushing to get these treatment programs up. We're going to need a smattering of everything, inpatient, longer than 28 days. We need to have community structured programs, peer counselors. Presbyterian managed care is in Española. They're responsible for the hospital. And I'm going to bark at one of my staff members just to show you that, we don't do everything right. She's amazing, by the way. But Ms. de Blasi, I saw all the stuff that Presbyterian identified. They want peer support. They want community health workers. They want to build some more inpatient clinics. They want more help from our Pueblo partners, they're gonna get it. Well, I looked at that laundry list as a payment plan from these folks to Presbyterian. And what do you think I said? No. They need to do that. They get billions of dollars. They can stand up a lot of that themselves. It's what we increase their reimbursement for. No longer are there co-pays. We pay more for behavioral services than anywhere. So remember when everybody went to Colorado? We pay more, a lot more for those services. We're bringing in psychiatrists. So longer inpatient treatment, a better connection and care navigation to outside treatment, removal from all of the risks and triggers, safe housing and work. You can't treat someone and then throw them back out into the streets and ask them to get a job. They need help doing all of that. Those services are all being built like a rocket. So we're on it, we're in the rocket, we fueled up, we lit it, but we're gonna have to keep refueling while we're going up, right? I know you live here, you know it's not all here as easy as I'm making it, but I'll tell you this, you have somebody, a family member, a constituent that needs that service right now that will go, these HMOs, if it's not right here, they will pay for it. In Colorado or Arizona or Nevada or Texas, wherever it is, until everything is localized right here. So it's going to be all of the above. Inpatient, outpatient, including mandatory outpatient. Every single public health office will do medication-assisted treatment. Maybe not everyone, but one at least nearly in every large city and county. So those are already available. We stood those up in a second. Because medication-assisted treatment, both for drug addiction and mental health, are critical components for people to get well, particularly from opioid addictions. And there are brand new drugs and brand new treatments, and they're here. They're right here in this public health office. And if we're not meeting someone's need, Counselor, I need you to tell me.
Good evening. Thanks for coming, everyone. My name is Deborah Wilson, and I moved to the beautiful land of Encampment almost 2 decades ago, and I have no plans of going back. But I come from a state where they would never tolerate hearing that someone had a DUI or DWI for the 5th or 6th or 7th time, and they were out of prison. It's just unacceptable. And so I wonder what you're doing specifically to treat this traditional addiction and strengthen the laws so we can take their cars away and put them away once and for all. Thank you.
So I appreciate that question about driving while intoxicated, and now that we've got both alcohol and legal cannabis, this intoxication, not driving while under the influence, takes on a whole different, broader meaning. I think that this commitment and competency is a way to start really focusing on the fact that we're not holding anyone accountable anywhere in our court systems. That has to change. I did not bring a specific either extension or requirement for driving while intoxicated. I will tell you it has come up, rightfully so, in every single one of our town halls. The legislature has one proposal, is to raise the taxes on alcoholic drinks, which in other states has limited some access that's inappropriate, and then has considerable resources for treatment so that you don't forget the treatment side. But I think we're going to have to rewrite a bunch of these criminal codes. The reason that we don't like to take cars away, and I understand it, but I have to say I'm moving towards a more pragmatic approach, which is cars become weapons to individuals who are intoxicated, and people lose their lives. Innocent people in this state over and over and over again. And I think that intersection is going to have to be less tolerated by our policymakers, and it would be less tolerated by me. I sign on the dotted line. What we could do about cars, because if you have a spouse that has the car impounded, the other spouse needs it, has to pay for it, doesn't have any resources, can't drive the kids to school. So I understand the underlying issues, but we ought to find ways to pay for transportation for that family and take the risk out. Because whatever that would cost temporarily is a lot less than the pain and suffering of losing someone and the trauma that reoccurs to families. I think we've gotten really myopic about accountability versus strategic investments so that families can do what they need to do to stay out of trouble, to have a fair shake and some opportunity. So I'm there. This is a state that has long been known where no one, no matter the crime, does not get held accountable. And again, I think it's because we were doing crime all the time. It's just really a pendulum swing. We're swinging too far. So we went from crime, and nothing upstream. No education, no treatment, no supports, no economic activity, no support with housing and utility, nothing. And so poor people in New Mexico, which is every family to some degree, it's really hard out there. I mean, things are improving, but it's still hard. Ask anyone. It's hard. So we said, okay, we gotta stop criminalizing poverty. I agree. And then the pendulum swung way over here. We don't hold anybody accountable. You can steal as much as you want. You can break into a resident as much as you want. You can drive a car while you're intoxicated as much as you want. You can drug deal for as long as you want, wherever you want. You can have firearms and be out if you're convicted in record time. The federal system does not look like this. Most state systems do not look like this. So instead of this big swing, pragmatic approaches, we should not criminalize poverty. We should maximize opportunity. But people who are repeat offenders should not be out. And you should also know, it wasn't in the special session, but I've asked for 5 years in a row for pretrial detention. And I don't get it. And for some of these bills, and I'm picking on them a little, being a legislator is not easy. I was a county commissioner, got to make quick decisions. It's hard work. I was a policymaker in Congress. Now I don't have to do the policies, I just have to ask for them and execute them. To some degree, it's a bit easier. But I can't get pretrial detention either. Repeat offenders are out over and over and over again. I got no bond hold, which means for a repeat person in a felony, I can hold you. But it's narrow, and it's not pretrial detention, which, by the way, is the federal system. I'm getting 30-second hearings, if that, in the committees of jurisdiction in the House and the Senate. I'm going to defend the legislature. They remember the days when they couldn't get any of the educational investments, they couldn't get upstream. I got it. But we are doing that now. To ignore that people are at risk and being harmed is wrong. And if this community agrees with me, tell your legislators. Tell them. Tell them you want a special session. Tell them you want all these bills on my desk in a week in the 60th session. And I want to be careful, not every legislator was there. Many legislators, including the one here tonight, never got a chance to debate or vote on any of the bills I'm talking about in the special session. I want to be really clear about that. The leadership never let the bills go to a committee, never let them be introduced, never read them out to the caucus, never evaluated them, never talked to you about them, and just adjourned. So, and there, I get it, governors should not take lightly that you just don't call in the legislature when you decide you want something. That's also wrong. But I think we're at a critical point here, where if we don't do the work that's necessary to be bolder, we will never catch up. And the people who are living on the streets who need our help will never find them, because they're being recruited by organized bad actors and recriminalized, and then you are re-victimized. And that must end.
Hi, good evening, Governor. My name is Shannon Baum Diaz, and I'm author of Breaking the Chains by the Supernatural Power of Jesus, but I'm that person. I'm that person that got 5 DWIs. I'm that person that was on drugs. For 20 years of my life, I was in addiction. And I didn't know how to break out of that addiction. And it was only by being held accountable that going to prison, actually, I found my way and I was able to break through and changing my way of thinking. And I want to say, I've been in now community work and outreach now for these past 7 years. I've just been out there trying to work with the community. And what I see is that we really need to start putting in our school systems preventative measures. I mean, even if it's an hour a day, but prevention to our kids before they get to that point, before they get to there. And what I see in our little town is that we all started somewhere. I started with marijuana and drinking because that's what parties were in my family, in this community, in this generational place that we're in. It was all about partying, and I started with a little pot here and there. And here at this place, that's what I see here is that we have 15 marijuana shops and 2 recovery places. And we need more recovery places. We need more transitional houses. We need to be able to not only get them into the recovery, but then afterwards teach them how to live another life. And that means not coming back into this environment until they're ready, which is 2, 3, 4 years maybe. It took me 2 years out of this place before I could even set foot here to help the people, just because of the triggers, just because if you go into the same environment with the same people, it's going to take you back down that road. And so, even looking at teaming up with out-of-state, recoveries, that we could send our people there to start their lives there and start teaching them how to live that new life and maybe bringing them in. But, we need to look at a bigger picture of the environment and where they're in, because a lot of them, they're already familiar with Española, Santa Fe, Taft, Albuquerque, and that's where their drug dealers are. You know somebody in there just from going into jail in and out of jail. That's just how it works. That's where you meet the drug dealers in the jail. Then you come out and you start dealing for yourself so that you can make the money so you can support your habit. And so if we could maybe, look at that more in depth of, of course, holding them accountable, because I'm all for that. You need to hold them accountable for their actions, for criminal actions that we do when we're in our active addiction, but also giving them that choice of, you can do 3-year sentence, a prison sentence, not a jail sentence, a prison sentence, or you can do a year in recovery. And if you leave that recovery, you're going back to prison. And I think that's what it's going to have to take. And then not only that, but after the recovery, because we all know that 30 days ain't going to cut it. Neither is 60. 6 months is barely scratching the surface. It took me 2 years just, in my recovery. So, I'm saying we really need to doing what you're saying and putting out more recovery places, but we need definitely more beds here.
So we have about 140 beds available. I don't think we navigate those very well. And I'm going to tell you, no offense to Secretary Allen, the state needs to do a better job and we need to step up, we're going to. So I want you to hear that we can take responsibility for the things that we can do better. I love your idea about the out-of-state partnerships because I know that could really make a difference. My nephew would not be sober today if he didn't get treatment in Arizona and California. He cannot come back to New Mexico. He can only be in California because there's too many triggers here. So he can't do it, but he's sober and successful. So I've been looking at those models. They've been harder to figure out, but I think we can figure them out. I'm so grateful that you raised that. I'm so impressed with your courage to talk about your personal story and that you came back. And that's exactly this competency commitment, that we want people treated. So if you're in treatment and you stay and you're doing well, that doesn't mean that you may not end up in prison if you murdered or raped someone. But you get the right start, and then we continue that, and then we make sure that you do your accountability sentence. We have to keep that treatment. Here's another area, and my Secretary of Corrections is aware. We do a pretty darn good job in corrections with the rehabilitation and GED. We're like the highest in the country for getting that done. Honestly, and she's amazing. It's not a we're not doing a very good job without reentry. Now, we know that. It's on our list to really prop that up. There's another intersection of risk. You get out of prison after all those issues, you go back into your community with all these triggers, with $10 in your pocket, you're dropped off into a really high-risk area. Who's there to welcome you home? A drug dealer. That's a felon. A dangerous felon. We had a lot of people who have passed felonies, who are totally rehabilitated, who are good citizens, who are working, who give back to their community. I'm talking about repeat offenders who are not rehabilitated. I want to be careful that you don't let me say that everyone who's been in a correction system never gets better. That's not true. But we have some real risks. So thank you for raising all of those. And we agree, we need to get into the schools earlier, which is part of the reason infant, toddler, home visiting, childcare, early childhood, prevention programs in the schools, before and after school programs, all of that is well underway. Do I think you have enough of it in the Rio Grande Valley? I don't. So we're going to need a lot more, and your point is not lost on me about the number of cannabis stores. Expect the state to propose some restrictions, and I don't want to say moratorium yet. We intended for it to roll out. So again, you deserve a governor who will tell you the truth, who will own the things that don't quite work, and not be defensive. That's one that's going to need a little work. I don't think it's right. So thank you for raising that issue as well.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, panel. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to give some words here on behalf of Governor Phillips. He's a little under the weather, and we've got to get back to some activities at home. So I wanted to just speak to you and offer you some words. I think everything that everybody said, there's a lot of good ideas and there's a lot of good thoughts. And I think the best thing we can tell you tonight, speaking on behalf of OK Owinge, is that we're in this with you. And Mayor, we're in this with you, and it's our valley too, and we want to help, we want to participate, we help you with whatever needs to happen to help fix this. But I do want to tell us, including us, okay, including this guy talking right here, that it is, at least half of this is on us. I mean, the state can only do so much from the roundhouse in Santa Fe. We've got to meet it halfway and help with all this stuff. So thank you. On behalf of Governor and Lieutenant, we're going to excuse ourselves, but thank you all very much.
Over here, Ben.
Hello, Madam Governor. I'm TJ Lopez from northern Rio Grande County, and I just want to say that the crime isn't just here in Española. And we have a gentleman here who tries to help us fight crime who wasn't recognized. That's Sheriff Billy Merrifield and his staff. And the men and women in black here, I don't know what Sergeant Crucito Romero is, they're the ones protecting us in the north. But there's only 5 of them working a shift from 2 to 6, 6 to 10. After 10 o'clock, there's no dispatch. Game and Fish can't even respond in time. Governor, you said you thank that you got early child care. My daughter's a benefit of that. What is there to look forward to if she can't be safe when we go to the Putin in Española? You know, there are times I couldn't carry my firearm today because I have to work up on the hill and come to this meeting. But I have to carry a firearm to protect my daughter on the streets of Española. Don't take those away from us. Because cartels are here and they have more guns than we do. Then pick them. I was camping over there with my daughter. And we stumbled on some individuals that didn't look like they were camping with AK-47s and boots and other weapons that they didn't have. What they were doing in the forest, I don't know, but I can probably say they probably wanted to grow pot. We left. So it's just not here in Española, it's county-wide, it's statewide. So please help us. Thank you.
TJ, thank you for being here. I agree with you. We need more police. Remember I said at the onset that we have the same number or fewer, it's actually fewer, by about 1,000 officers statewide than we had 30 years ago, 10 years ago. It makes no sense. We stopped investing. Now, I appreciate that it takes all of us. Cities and counties have got to put resources aside for police officers. The state put in $136 million for just retention bonuses, recruitment for new officers and their salaries statewide alone. And it's a simple grant request. Every police jurisdiction is eligible. Now, what they're also going to tell you, it's not so easy to recruit police officers anymore. People don't want to be nurses, doctors, behavioral health workers, police officers, firefighters, because somewhere in this high-risk, really tough environment, these are the toughest jobs on earth. They're rewarding, but they're tough. And so it's been really challenging to recruit. Now, I will tell you, the state as a whole, we've also recruited about another 500, and we've invested a ton. So we agree. I agree with you. And I'm likely to ask the legislature for more. Earlier today, so sheriff and police chiefs, we may need to do some joint recruiting, because with our para benefits, you can do a transfer, I think, after 8 years from other jurisdictions and meet those para benefits and then some. Because their retirements in other states is not nearly as good. Are we marketing? Are we recruiting? Do we have brochures? Are we going to their state fairs? They're at ours. Those dang Texas Rangers are at our state fair every time. Let's take over the Texas State Fair. All right, so we can do so much more. So there's a lot going on, but we're going to have to be more strategic because it's too slow. So that's one. Firearms, we're not trying to take firearms from any responsible gun owner, but we are trying to address that the people who are giving and selling handguns to people who are felons and not allowed to have them, to teenagers who are not allowed to have a handgun, to seriously mentally ill individuals living on the streets and otherwise not allowed to have them. That is part of this. They should be held accountable for that. So if you're selling guns or providing weapons to people who are not supposed to have them, you're in trouble. Like, not in this state you're not, but you should be. Here's something else to know, and I'm not picking on anyone, it's just fact. Our DAs, in large part, I was going to generalize, it varies from city to city, but there was a pretty damning report by CNN last year that said New Mexico has all the smart, meeting the Second Amendment, which we have to do, and even if we didn't have to do it, this is a state that would want to do that. Meeting all of those requirements, all the right laws, extreme risk protection orders, right? So somebody with an extreme mental illness, they have a firearm, you got to report it. We can take that firearm temporarily until we have the judge decide what happens next. Domestic violence, you can have a judge decide. You take that gun into possession until we know what's happening. 7-day waiting period will save in New Mexico alone more than 400 people who die of suicide because they have a mental health issue that we couldn't find in the 3 days because you can't do enough of the work to figure out what's going on. That's why you extend that waiting period. Because the FBI, in their data, has to defer constitutionally that if they don't finish the report in time, they just have to provide the gun. So that's how we end up with so many firearms for people who wouldn't be like you. A responsible, lawful owner, trained and safe with a firearm. DAs here, we don't use any of those tools. That CNN report was very clear. What is happening in New Mexico that none of these tools get used, and since those laws have passed, people have lost their lives. And primarily, women and innocent people in a mass shooting in Farmington. These gun laws can work, but your point is very valid. You don't feel safe? That's outrageous. You're seeing people with what you believe, it sounded to me like unlawful activity and potentially unlawful firearms. Outrageous. And they can't get into the hands of the people that I just said. One last thing. Until last year, far too many New Mexico police jurisdictions, including sheriffs, were not using the federal database system so that we could not do ballistics on guns. So if you're gonna hold bad actors accountable, you gotta do that work. So we're pushing out money and gun detection spots. We're doing all of it. But we also need our law enforcement jurisdictions to feel like they've got a partner. They're not being vilified. And I know that this is a community that doesn't do that. But we gotta stand up and invest and give them the tools that they need to do better work because they need all of it. So I just wanted to answer that and let you know that I'm worried about all the illicit guns in New Mexico, just like you. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Tercio, thank you for bringing your comments forward this evening. In the last 2 years, when I entered office as mayor, we had our police officers making $23 an hour. $23 an hour to sacrifice their lives and risk their lives for our community. We have now, in the last 3-4 months, have gotten our pay up to $30 an hour, and so we've actually been able to recruit and retain police officers here in the city of Española. The police department now is budgeted at 32 officers. We have 28 officers currently. I commend the work of the chief of police to constantly be recruiting. One of the things that makes it so difficult here in Española is because of our budget, we're not able to offer the competitive salaries in Santa Fe County, Riobamba County, City of Santa Fe, and as well as Los Alamos National Laboratory security systems. But thanks to the Governor's Law Enforcement Retention Fund, coupled with the pay increases and the retention fund, we've been able to retain our officers and keep at 28. I think the chief also has indicated to me we hope to have 32 officers by the end of the year, correct, Chief? And it's a long work to come in progress, but in 17 years, this is the most staffed the police department has been. We're really excited about that. We've made strides. We're going to keep on doing it. I want to thank all of our law enforcement officers for the sacrifices that they do. And again, $30 an hour to sacrifice your life, it's still not reasonable. The city of Española will continue to make investments for public safety and getting our department. I'm going to turn over to the chief because he has a big mindset regarding size right in departments.
Good evening. As you all know, I've been here about 2 years, 4 months. I came from a large department where I had a budget that was pretty much unlimited. I come from the Albuquerque Police Department. I spent 28 years there. My division itself was 3 times the size of my department. My budget was twice as much, if not 3. So I've had to learn on the run. And what I've learned about our community and our police department, and I say this continuously, we are part of the community. We come from Velarde. We have someone that comes from as far away as Dulce. We have, and I love the ones that come from Albuquerque and Rio Rancho. We need more homegrown officers. We need more female officers. And what I've learned in Española is it's not always about the money. Myself, I was born and raised in Española. I came 41 years later after I left Española. And I wanted to come here, but I will say something to you all. This isn't the Española that I left. It's not the Española that I left. It wasn't even close. And I do my best every day. I promised the mayor that I would come and live here because I believe in our community. I still have family here. But I think what we need to do, and I think the governor and the mayor said it repeatedly, this is a joint effort. It's no longer, I started in 1994, and I believe there only might be one person who's been on as long or longer than me as the secretary over there. We both started in 1994. So I've seen a lot of law enforcement. I've seen the changes. I've seen that we have baby boomers, we have X, we have millennials, and now we're starting to see our Zs. And we have to continue that law enforcement tradition because not everybody wants to be a cop anymore. It's no longer just a job, it's a profession now. And it's not a profession where we ourselves deal with it, it's all of us. I think it's more than community policing. But I think the mayor was saying by the end of the year, I'm hoping, I'm a little bit more optimistic and a little more aggressive. We're going to be at 32 before the end of August, if I can help it. So we're trying to do that. And I do appreciate everything that the governor has given us. Just within the last 3 weeks, I gave my officers a $4,891 retention fund. Retention. It's not easy, I'm gonna tell you all. I've seen it, but we're getting there, and it's a community effort. I appreciate all the support from our community. I also appreciate you all telling me where we're lacking, and I have no problem with that. Anybody can come up. I make the mistake of giving my phone number out on the radio on Que Dice every other week. My phone number's out there. That's why you get calls at Saturday morning at 1:30 telling me that my neighbor's radio's too loud or my neighbor's dogs are barking. We're part of this community. I'm part of it. I also appreciate our other local law enforcement agencies. Sheriff Merrifield and I, we meet. Chief Maestas over here, we meet all the time. I met with Chief Trujillo, our 911 director, state police, with Captain Casals. We have that relationship here that we all are working towards. It's not just one person, but I want to tell you all, please reach out. Please tell us what we can do better, because we are from here. I am from here. My mom and dad are from Española. I am from Española, and we put in everything we can.
With all due respect, I'm here to advocate for my young cousin, 8 years old, who has opioid and heroin-related challenges. He has 5 diagnoses, being diagnosed by Dr. Lauren Parks. I'm his legal guardian 4 years now, and I've been advocating for him for 4 years. Without going into too much detail, I have not had success or support from tribal or federal agencies. He deserves justice. He deserves a trust fund from the opioid settlement so he can have hope that as he becomes an adult, he has the means to not repeat the cycle of addiction. He also deserves support now from the opioid settlement. He and all children born with in utero exposure, which often progresses into physical and mental challenges lifelong, deserve the support needed, and the opioid settlement should be used to build a building with therapists and tools that would help in their development. A building solely for them, opioid and heroin-related children, and opiate-related children, not children with FAS or not babies harmed by any other addiction. This just has to be solely for opioid-challenged children, for which there are many. Also, his parents deserve to be rehabbed with the opioid settlement money. None of this is happening. Where is the opioid money? Where is it? On the backs of these children suffering from their parents' choices, and on the backs of the adults suffering heroin and opioid addiction, and on the lost lives of those who overdosed, people somewhere are benefiting from the opioid settlement. And it's not the innocent children, it's not the victims or the addicted. Also, programs need to be audited because the grant monies aren't used to support the foster kids or the caretakers. We're left to seek support and resources on our own, and these programs selectively service certain families, their relatives, or who they prefer. The only support for me are the kinship programs, Los Alamos Healthy Families, Lori Padilla, and Wendy Cruz of Las Cumbres. My cousin literally was dropped off at my home 4 years ago. And since I've had to advocate on my own, I've got no guidance or no help. I'm tired of crying. I also want justice because the feds, CYFD, and tribal social services dropped the ball. Why was there never a home study? They do not want to be accountable for why he was living in a drug den here in Española with no running water, no electricity, severely emaciated, no toilet, no food when found by chance during a raid. He was neither the target nor the victim. He has suffered much trauma. No one will help me advocate for justice. I'm tired. My family suffered trauma from his trauma. I want accountability. I can't even get help from the state agent's office, and his mom recently had another child for which my young cousin hasn't been informed. Another child born with opioid-related challenges, and the rhetoric about keeping siblings together is just that, rhetoric. There has been no bonding with my cousin and his only sibling. He also deserves visitation, and the court, well, that's a whole other issue. I've gotten nowhere with our tribal court except a scolding from the judge for all me and my family have done, caretaking, going above and beyond, a scolding from the judge. Also, I've gone through missing and murdered to seek assistance for my cousin's mom. Everything I could think of to get support, I've done.
Thank you very much for telling your story. I can't find words adequate to respond to your pain and suffering for you and your whole family. But I can do a couple of things, and I might have Secretary Allen do good news and tough news. I'm going to do straight talk to everyone. One, the CYFD, actually, to your point, and we will have even bigger trouble trying to figure out ways to make this smarter and more meaningful. So the laws for CYFD and families affected in this way were written in a way to keep families together, to not judge, because we want voluntary drug treatment by the parents. I didn't write that, but I can actually understand that sentiment. That you don't want to push families away, they leave, we can't find them, and then we have the description of the family situation that you described. That everything we do, when a hospital calls the state and says, we have a drug-addicted baby, they're required to do that. The only thing that we can do is offer services to the parents. It's voluntary. In large part, those parents, because they're sick, do not meet the voluntary conditions and don't stay where we know they are. And it is true that the CYFD system has been challenged by that, has been criticized for that fairly, and has worked to try to intervene in that without changing the law. We're going to ask the legislature to change that law. And that's going to be a huge debate between voluntary investments and non-voluntary. Something to think about is whether or not we should incentivize parents to stick with us by helping with the kinds of expenses that you described that are really hard for a family. That through no choice of your own, except for the love of your family, you're taking care of an 8-year-old child with incredible needs, and that's something we're thinking about. So I'm going to let you know that there's a lot of people who have heard stories like yours. We're clear that the system doesn't work for them, but works against them. And we want to change that. But that's another area in the legislature. If you're interested in helping us, that's going to be a heavy lift. I'm going to have them talk about the opioid settlement. Good news is money's making its way down to localities, and it's sizable investments. Bad news is it's not intended for individual reparation, if you will. But you could create programs that create the kind of wraparound services that you're talking about. So it's likely not going to make its way to families who have been victimized, like yours, in a trust fund. But it should translate into services. That resource center that you just talked about, I would actually like to work with you and challenge your thinking a little if you promise to keep challenging me so that we get it right, because kids suffer. We have a couple really good interdisciplinary, high-risk kids with these kinds of issues that change their brains, have incredible risk for them and risk for their families. And the services and treatment, I would love to say, ma'am, I don't think that's a very effective description. There's lots to support you. I would be fibbing. That description is exactly what it's like. I hate it. But I saw a really good program, Ms. DeBlasi and I, at Cannon Air Force Base. And I'll bet we could bring that doc and some of their pediatricians. And I think we should think about a way, we've got a legislator if he's still here, but others, why don't we try to identify opioid settlement money? We'll cobble together with the city and the county, all the players who all get impacted, and then add resources to create a medical, community-based resource home for all kids that have, regardless of whether it's an opioid or alcohol. I mean, fetal alcohol syndrome is still a significant issue in this state. And we shouldn't separate kids and families by diagnosis. We should have people, at least I think. I want you to challenge me, because you're doing it every day. I'm not. But I think if you have the right specialists, the right treatments, and supports for families would be there irrespective of which drug created what problem for those little ones. And last, before I give it to Secretary Allen, if you're willing, I'd love to get your name and number. Because I bet there are things that we can do better right now. Why wait? Let's see what we can do. And I'm not sure if you're a tribal member or you're ICWA is also, as you know, a very important standard, which means sovereignty and tribal communities have a different set of CYFD requirements and services and circumstances that I shouldn't have power over, and we don't. And we've made some good changes, but we should talk to the tribal community about where they're falling short and what I can do that supports them in the same way I'm asking the mayor to help us figure it out. Should be a team effort. So if you're willing, I'd like to find better pathways. I'm sure I won't be able to do it all. I'm likely to make a mistake or two. But if you'll hang in there with us, I feel pretty confident we can make your life, and more importantly, create success for this 8-year-old. So the whole community knows about the opioid settlement. I'm going to give that to Secretary Allen.
Thank you, Governor. Two things really quickly. First, before the opioid settlement dollars, just in terms of prevention, in the last 2 years, we've doubled the number of school-based health centers, and we've added money to their budgets for behavioral health, so focusing on prevention, trying to help your nephew avoid the addictions that have affected his life so far. In terms of opioid settlement dollars, we're spending that money right here, right now in Española today. We have medication-assisted treatment that's available in our public health office here in Española. It's best to get an appointment, but you don't have to have an appointment. Anybody, anywhere, anytime can call our helpline, 1-800-SOUTHWEST-NURSE, SWNURSE. You've still got an hour to call tonight if someone would like to get treatment and get hooked up with an office somewhere in the state, here in Española or anywhere else. We're also working with tribes, pueblos, and nations on services in those areas. We're not doing that here right now, but governors that are here, we're certainly interested in having more conversations. We probably need a little more resources from the legislature to be able to continue to spread that. But we're spending that money right now on how to get people treatment and get them out of the cycle of addiction and get them out of the cycle of crime that we've been talking about as well.
I don't know if you want to talk about the total statewide amount and how much money makes its way to cities and counties. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Secretary. The City of Española this past April embarked on creating a Department of Social Services, a department that would be focused on providing mental health, public health, child welfare, elderly disability, and other human services. We hired Ms. Michelle Frere. She's sitting up here in the front. She's been with the city about a month. It allows us the opportunity with the City of Española to devote full-time staff to handle the drug addiction, substance abuse that has affected this community for many years. They're working with the unhoused population as well. She's in the process of hiring peer support workers that are going to assist her. If you don't mind, Governor, can we let her? Thank you, Governor. Michelle, would you come on up real quick and just talk briefly about your new department and some of your goals to assist here locally in our valley?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you, Governor, for being here as well. So ultimately, I am the Director of Social Services for the City of Española. And so ultimately, in my department, there is physically one person at the moment, but I do not act physically alone. As I joined on June 10th, which was the actual official day that I stepped foot on Española. And I stepped foot on the ground and I came in and boots on the ground day one. I immersed myself in the community, and ultimately my goal was to find who are my local resources. Because as I'm from here, I'm from Chimayo, family's from Chimayo, Santa Fe area. I left, went to Albuquerque, got my education, came back, and I thought, what are the spots that are missing? What are the basic needs that we need to kind of fulfill? So, like I said, I immersed myself in the community. I determined basic needs that need to be fulfilled are things that we take for granted. Identification, birth certificates, Medicaid, insurance, all of these things that I found. So I worked together with Daniel Werwith, who's part of the Office of the Governor. And as we worked together, just through word of mouth and boots on the ground, I was able to establish an ID clinic enrollment fair. Motor vehicle came down, vital statistics, Medicaid, MCOs, everyone was here. The individuals who benefited from this were not just individuals from the encampment, but individuals from the community. They were able to obtain these documents day of, and because of that, now we can move to the next step. So I'm gracious that the mayor has allowed me some time to work with these individuals and kind of keep increasing that. So I am working with local resources, MCOs, everyone to kind of determine this. So the opioid settlement fund is currently what my position is funded from. I am working on obtaining more grants, working with other individuals and the community to be able to keep this going. I'm not only focused on the in-house, but I also focus on the seniors in the community, the youth of the community. So as I am one person, I say I work with other individuals. So I would like to be that hub, and I am creating the hub here in the city of Española because I was able to determine those needs, and those needs now are easily accomplished, but it takes work, and it takes, it's that hard sweat and tears, honestly. I have had tears, as probably many of you have seen, because I am soft that way, but my tears are tears of joy. So I'm starting off small, but the plans that I have are making a huge impact, and I will continue to do so.
The next question is up here to your right.
Hello, my name is Ryan Martinez. I work for the Healthcare Authority Income Support Division here in Rio County. I'm 50 years old, born and raised here in Santa Cruz, New Mexico. I now live about a mile from here. I worry because there's a homeless encampment about a quarter mile to the east of me. There's a drug dealer that lives on my road about a quarter mile to the west of me. They're stealing from my neighbor to the right of me, trying to sell it to the neighbor to the left of me, to take it to the drug dealer up the street to get their drugs, whatever they need. They're panhandling. They're about a quarter mile from Walgreens, maybe a mile from Walmart, quarter mile from CVS. They panhandle, they steal purses from old ladies. They aggressively panhandle. If you don't give them money, they get aggressive. They want it from us. We have this encampment here in town next to the river, like I say, in the middle of our community, and it seems like our city is enabling these people because we do have a homeless shelter, but the homeless shelter doesn't let you use. These people don't want to stop using. So it's easier for them, and we're making it easy because we're not putting them off the outskirts of town. They don't have to work for their drugs. They don't have to walk for their drugs. They don't have to go very far to hurt people, steal, and commit these felonies, these things that you were saying, because it's not just an addiction. It's a crime that's being committed against our community in the beautiful valley every single day, 24 hours a day. And we're enabling these people by why are we as a city and as a valley and as a proud people that have been here for centuries allowing this to happen down the street from us? And we're enabling them. It's like keeping your drug-addicted kid in the basement, and now you're letting his friends come in, and now you're shipping in his friends from Santa Fe, from Taos, from Albuquerque, because they know it's easy here. We're enabled here. We take them food to their camp so they can eat. We give them space right here in the community to take from us and steal from us and hurt us, and we're not doing anything about it. They're living there being taken care of. I have to pay for my trash every week to get picked up from my home. If I don't pay for that, they'll put a lien on my home. These people are living there. We pick up their trash for free. We take them food for free. We give them clothes for free and enable them to hurt our community, our loved ones, our mothers, our grandmothers, our children that are in the community that we care about. Why are we doing this, and what are we going to do to stop it?
So I'm hoping you can come to all the town halls across the state with me, because that was the best articulation. No one is being, I don't want that either, be not compassionate, to not understand some underlying root causes. But I brought all the mayors, and this mayor, and I'm going to give you the microphone, came to my mayor's meeting, where I brought in experts who said, you have to clean encampments. You cannot allow that. Now, what you should do is what we're doing is provide services, but you make it clear there's accountability, that services doesn't mean that you can steal and you can be a felon and you can do open drug use, which is a crime. So I really want New Mexico cleaned up. I am tired, and I must be preaching to the flag. I'm tired of email. I'm tired of phone call right next to the car when I drive. I'm tired of people getting to New Mexico from everywhere. They're not from here, and it's not that we're cruel. We are a very compassionate state. But this is now an intersection of significant crime. And also, the national trend, which I think shows real merit, is that you can't have these services nearby. It cannot be where they can do retail theft and related crimes. So I don't know, where the city and the county are going, but know this, that the money we're going to spend on homelessness, and I have 20 million, again, the state's doing it, which is fine. I have a lot of responsibility. And I meet mayors and county commissioners, not picking on this mayor, statewide. And I need legislators to start to put their money into solving this problem with accountability tools. Because I can't arrest you for drug dealing and using if you're out in 10 hours. You're right back. We clean 1,000 encampments a month in Albuquerque. 1,000. And they're right back, and they're bigger the second time. So you have to be vigilant. We need tools so that people are being held accountable. We need small towns, and you're right. I believe you're right. That little towns are bringing their homeless to you. Torrance County said that at our meeting, that they can't provide services, so they take every at-risk person, put them in a vehicle, and drop them off. Eubank and Central in Albuquerque. It's happening to everyone. I want intakes. I want to know why you're here, what happened. I want to provide services. If you'll get clean, you'll be right with the law, you'll stay away from an encampment, and if you've committed a felony, you're accountable. Period. So I'm going to need you, because you say it so much better than I do. People who need our help, we can help. The people who are just repeating crimes and taking advantage cannot be in our communities without guardrails and accountability. And that's what some of these bills that I asked the legislature to do, and I've agreed to partner with every single local government official to clean up their communities. Thank you. I agree with you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Ryan, for coming this evening. One of the biggest things in leadership is when you admit you're wrong. And this is a true situation of admitting fault. And I, as mayor, I completely take full responsibility for that situation, because as a policymaker, it's important that we take the recommendation of city staff. City staff is the individuals that work day in and day out with the unhoused and unsheltered population. They're the ones that came up with the discussion regarding doing an encampment in our community. All the discussion regarding homelessness and such in our community has been handled by city staff. But unfortunately, as we saw at the May 16th town hall meeting that was held at the senior center, was this community is not in favor of any sort of situation that we were providing there. City staff made the recommendation and followed through with that. In the last 2 months, we've been working with the governing body. Now, the governing body is going to be tasked with all aspects of unhoused and the unsheltered population here in Española, because the governing body represents the public. The staff, unfortunately, does not always look at the best interest of the public, rather their experiences and utilization, and they will be utilized for consult. But members of the governing body will be directing all future aspects regarding the unhoused and the homeless population in our community.
If it's not taken care of, the bosque is going to end up in fire by December, and they're lighting fires, falling asleep with their cigarettes to stay warm, then the whole town is on fire once that bosque is on fire. Because I live next to the bosque, I see where it's just shrubs and waiting a fire to be happened, and when you have a whole community living down there, it's going to happen, and this community is going to be really devastated.
So Ryan, now the city, the governing body, is taking steps to remove these individuals from the encampment. I want to applaud Councilor Benavides. Councilor Benavides will be chairing that committee along with Councilor Pedro Valdez, Councilor Nanette Rodriguez, and Councilor Felicia Archuleta Toya. All discussion regarding the unhoused and the homeless population in our community will now be done strictly by the governing body. And city staff will provide recommendations, but they will not be leading the charge. The governing body is responsible for doing what the public wants. And it was very made clear on May 16th that the public did not support the encampment and supporting the unhoused population in our community. And we are taking now the steps to be doing that. And I take full responsibility as mayor of our city for not having the governing body take that responsibility. You know, we had city staff creating task forces and inviting citizen members, and then there was malicious rumors going about relocating the homeless to random areas of the county and such. These are not decisions that represent the best interest of the city of Española. That's why the governing body is going to be completely responsible for all discussion regarding the unhoused and the homeless population in our community so that this situation does not happen again. City staff will provide recommendations. Public safety, I'm going to yield to the chief of police because we've had multiple issues and instances down there actually where we have been dispatched with the police department to break up situations down there. And so I'm going to yield to the chief of police.
Thank you, sir. And what I want to do, and it's been published, and as you all know, as the chief of police, I will never criminalize homelessness. That's not what we do in the city of Española. What we do is we address crime not only within our homeless community, but throughout the community. Now, I can feel your frustration, sir, and especially when you're talking about drugs. I spent the majority of my career in that area, and I hear your frustration. But let me give you a little bit of, no excuses, but of what we face every day and every law enforcement officer faces. We want to take everybody that violates the law to jail. Unfortunately, and I'm not going to blame anyone, there's going to be no blame here, but unfortunately, whatever happens after we make that arrest, we have no control over. We make, I can tell you every night, I see them, 6 to 7 arrests. Now, of those 6 to 7 arrests, up to 10 arrests, maybe 2 go to jail. The rest are released on some type of rule. That's beyond our control. I do have an opinion on that, on what we could use, and I've talked to numerous of our members of our governing body. I do think that Española needs a jail, bottom line. I think that a lot of these people, these lawbreakers, don't fear, because we do make the arrest. We know them all by name. And unfortunately, like the governor has said repeatedly, I wish they would stay in there 10 hours. We're seeing them 3 to 4 hours. We see them go to the hospital and they're not cleared, and they don't even go to jail at all. Now, the frustration we feel on my side is pretty bad. And my job is to tell the officers, regardless of what happens afterwards, our job is to enforce the law, make the arrest, and whatever happens afterwards, that's not within our purview. So we understand your frustration, sir. We really do. We recently started working with our municipal court judge, working on code enforcement, or enforcement of ordinance within the city of Española. One of the biggest things that we have, one of the most calls that I get are jaywalkers. One of my officers actually struck a jaywalker while on duty. And that has been one of the biggest calls that I get. So twice a week, we're enforcing that. We're making every day 7 to 12 arrests for jaywalking and criminal trespass. Now, I'd like to tell you that everybody we arrest goes to jail, spends the night. That's just not the way it is, and I'm not going to tell you that. I do know that anywhere from hopefully 20 to 30% actually make it to jail, but at least we have taken them off the street. And that's what we're supposed to do, protect the public. Because that one time that we don't make that arrest, they're going to commit a more violent felony, and it's going to be due to what we didn't do. So we hear your frustration. I'm going to tell you how a department, how we depend on each other. When we're talking about drugs, I probably had one of the finest members of my department, someone that I worked with at the Albuquerque Police Department, who knew about drugs. We worked undercover together. And he's in the crowd today, Mr. Donald Lopez. While he worked with me, we had the most drug arrests that we've ever had in the city of Española. And he followed through. Unfortunately, he had a higher calling, and we all understand that. I know that family comes first. I support him, anything I can do. But replacing someone like that in our department, he had 25 years of experience. We're trying now to replace that. I unfortunately have the background, I just can't be doing that. But we are out there, sir, we hear you. Let me tell you what I wish we all would do. Text me or call us, give us those addresses. We track every address. So when we have the opportunities, we just recently dealt with an address in District 3 that came up during our last town hall meeting, and we were able to make the arrests. But please, don't stop, don't give up. Please never give up. Give us that information. Feel free to call me, text me. It may take me a couple of days, but sir, we're with you. We're in this fight together. The officers that you have here in Española are in the fight with you together. We do not get frustrated, and please reach out to us.
First of all, in my language, we are going to use it. Never how he answered online. You want that on take his own number, and number. Never know how on get there. On the nigga Nandi, you never. Jackie Waggy, we are going to be arguing how we pay. No, we argue on a colony. Dark, you never let he, what he's more, a Khan, a kid. One not a come. You can't eat all of me. I am wounded, arguing. They are arguing on the book. Never win the play, you can't argue, my baby. We eat all of me. That's all we go, Corriere, my baby. Dan, you can't eat all of me. Ana Khan, Ana Kieran, Mr. Doring, a big coyote. But the Boggy head, I can't move with the government. But head, I can give me arguing, where we give me arguing, where Han, we pay. Now we arguing on the colony, you know. Again, out of respect, my table language. I understand the critical obstacles, the challenges that we're all facing. We can no longer operate in silos. We got to work together. It was just very important. I speak bigger when I stand up, so sorry. But we have to, as local government, the mayors, the Rio Arriba County Commission, Santa Fe County Commission, us as governors, our tribal councils, we have to put all of our differences aside. Yes, we understand the history, but if we don't put that unfortunate history behind us, we're never going to get to what we're talking about tonight. It's very important. And when it comes back down to is respect. Respect is very critical. And I applaud the governor for all these years he's been trying to do this. We have to get our legislative there at the state roundhouse to also understand. You know, for me, as you mentioned, sir, that encampment along the river has posed negative impacts to our traditional cultural properties. Our sites of importance. The Rio Grande River plays an important role in our traditional culture with its aspects. And it is impacting our approved 1995 water quality standards approved by the EPA, which are actual consumption of the water at the point of origin without going through a filtration system. So that's one. Then we have the homeless shelter, right? Right there by our Abanu Travel Plaza. I understand that's in Santa Fe County. It's operated by a nonprofit, but that also impacting the wetlands. And so I understand the encampment is on city. The other homeless shelter is on Santa Fe County, but with no oversight, no proper policies and procedures, then I'm dealing with my chief trespass. I'm dealing with defecating in the water, urinating in the water. We find a lot of individuals, and I have maps to show what they call checkerboard. The green is Rio Arriba County and City, the orange is Santa Fe County. Then you go into more detail, then you get a lot of the private claims, right? So part of our history goes back to 1924 with the Public Lands Act. And so all these lands are within the exterior boundaries of Santa Clara Pueblo. Our original granted from the King of Spain in the 1900s. So this was very important because in that area where this homeless shelter is, I have a homeless shelter. I have Mr. Jose Atencio or Joseph Atencio's property, which is private claim, surrounded by Indian land, surrounded by city land, surrounded by county land. And this is what makes it a challenge. We've posted many no trespassing signs, but our chief and our staff are accrued well every 2 hours. We still find people. You ask them to leave, we escort them, and we issue civil trespass citations, but they don't show up in tribal court. And these individuals are repeat offenders. As these issues are on city and Rio Arriba County land, it's impacting federal lands, public land. So I've made many visits. I've also addressed this issue since 2015 to the Department of Justice. Recently I addressed this to the Associate Attorney General, Ben Miser, because this is an environmental justice impact. So if nothing is happening, there's no policing, then of course it impacts our lands. But again, we have to get away from that to really work on this together. Put all of our collective minds together. We all have individual talents, gifts, and skills and knowledge, which is very important to come up with solutions. Come up with an action plan, because these are the lands that are very important to protect. You know, we go out there and clean the illegal dump sites. 2 days later, they're back like this again. We find hypodermic needles laying everywhere. Some of them are still fully loaded with, I guess probably heroin, I don't know, some kind of drug in there. And we spend time cleaning that up. Which now has posed a financial hardship among the Pueblo. Also for added security for our tribal business. And I got many of you neighbors that come to my office asking for assistance because you said you asked for help from the city or the county and you're not getting heard. So you come to my office asking for help. But again, as a Pueblo, as a tribal nation, we have no criminal jurisdiction over these individuals. This is why we gotta work with the city, with the Rio Arriba County, with the state police department. Because we had a couple of examples where chief and our police department found an individual with outstanding criminal warrants. But because we don't have jurisdiction, and no one wanted to come to deal with that person or those people, we had to let them go. All we did was escort them off our land. And so I understand the challenge. I understand the issues. But this is the time tonight of how we're going to come together to be united. Not work against each other, not fight with each other. We don't do this for ourselves, we do this for the children. But for the Santa Clara Pueblo, we do this to protect our ways of life, our traditions, our cultures, our values, because all that lifestyle is living off that land, utilizing that resource, which is very important. Unfortunately, over the last year, we had 300 crimes at our tribal businesses, which is an average of about 25 per month, which is about 1 a day. This does not include constant trespass or nuisance incidents, which is well over 1,000 over the last year. Again, due to jurisdictional issues, 99% of these criminals are not arrested. Most of these incidents are caused by repeat offenders. And so, back in March, I did address the Senate Committee of Indian Affairs during the listening session of public safety and Native communities. What I had mentioned during that time is, unfortunately, substance and alcohol abuse still plagues us. Incarceration is not the answer. We need secure treatment facilities to provide culturally sensitive and relevant behavioral health, dual diagnosis treatment, and counseling programs. Unfortunately, such facilities are non-existent in our area here in northern New Mexico. So this just creates yet another barrier for our people to overcome public safety and for individual health. Yes, law enforcement or enforcement of the laws are appropriate for these offenders, which is essential. However, alternative sentencing besides incarceration can be a viable option. The reason why I say this, I had one of my own tribal members come and tell me, Governor, just send me back to jail. I get better drugs in jail. I'm housed, I get fed 3 times a day. I said, why are you saying that? I said, because I'd rather go back to jail. I don't want to get any treatment. What's the purpose of treating myself? And that hurts you, right? Because at times that's your own dad, your own mom, your own uncle, your own brother, your own sister. So this is why it's very important. And I understand, unfortunately, that all our law enforcement agencies are understaffed. This includes the state police, Rio Arriba County, the city, BIA, FBI, DEA, even our Pueblo. And so this is a challenge that, again, as mentioned, no one wants to be employed as a police officer. And the challenge that we face in Santa Clara is we can only offer $25 an hour. They get certified, but where do they go? They go up the hill. But now they're provided $50 an hour. So how do you compete with a $50 an hour salary with the Department of Energy, while many of us are still left with no law enforcement? And so as previously mentioned, there are no culturally relevant treatment centers around Santa Clara. It was 2015 and 2016, the Pueblo and many tribes on the federal side used the Turning Point program for substance abuse offenders who require a secure facility while addressing those addictions. However, the Turning Point program, which was in Yuma, Arizona, during the previous administration, the federal level, was changed into a facility to house immigrants. So that type of service was no longer provided to Native American communities. And that was a 1-year process, a 12-step process. And we had a 90% success rate when we sent our individuals there to the Yuma facility. But because now there's no facilities that exist, the only option we have is a 1-year healing place program in Richmond, Virginia for men, and Wake County, North Carolina for women. That's where we send our men and women to currently. And yes, it's important that we incarcerate, But right now, we only have a contract with Los Alamos County, but that individual has to be clean. If he's not clean, he's not accepted, or she's not accepted, and the only one is Taos. We've had in the past, before COVID, contract with Santa Fe and also Sandoval, but they no longer take our people. So that's what makes it a challenge. Also, it's an issue of the juvenile detention or treatment facilities. They're non-existent in our area. And so all these are very critical. So again, how do we put our minds, our collective minds together? How do we deal with a situation that we all understand is a challenge, is an obstacle? So this is what's very important, as I mentioned, it comes back down to with respect. So that's what's very important. Is hopefully with support of governor continue to push our legislatures, but also providing additional funding to the city, to Rio Grande County, to Santa Fe County for retention of law enforcement. Hopefully that's how would you say, that's what's going to make it work. All we do is continue to believe in the power of prayer. It's all believe in the power of prayer because it works. Not just 1 day or 2 days, but every day of our life. We're not guaranteed tomorrow. So give thanks to the Creator as you wake up and as you go to bed. Because we're not going to know if we don't wake up tomorrow. So that's what's very important. You know, I unfortunately lost my brother last year to that. We sent him to so many treatment centers. I didn't get mad at him. I gave him advice, but he just got mad and rolled out the door. He said, "You don't love me, you're just getting mad at me." I said, "No, it's not, because I love you. I care for you." But unfortunately, we found him in California. We had to bring him back home and bury him. So as I mentioned, I have that experience, and it hurts. My mom still hurt me. Because she always knew that was someday, that was going to be the call to get. This is what I mean, it impacts all of us. It makes me cry, makes me sad, makes me angry. But as a tribal leader, I got to be strong and find every avenue and solution so that we all deal with this problem. Not just talk the talk, but it's now time that we walk that walk. And we don't do it for ourselves, we also going to do it for us. No one's going to come and do it for us. We got to do it for ourselves. In order to create a better environment, a better life for all of our people, good, bad, doesn't matter. That's the role of myself as governor for my public. The ones that respect me, the ones that don't respect me, I still do it for them as well. So I appreciate the time and opportunity. I also allow you, because you're also my children, to speak first. But this is very important that I got to address this. Because it's not my way just to sit here and be quiet. It's always good to engage and have a good partnership and collaborative discussion, which is very critical. So I want to thank all of you again for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here tonight. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diana Dominguez. I wanted to get with the program, the ICPC, the Interstate Compact Protecting Children. I've been working with Michelle, ICPC person. But my problem is that the plan is taking too long. I came from Anchorage, Alaska for my grandson. 6 years ago, I got my nephew, and the state wouldn't help. I think that the state should help with the people or family members that are trying to take guardianship and help support. Again, because I had to pay out of pocket, and at the time that I was asked to do that, I wasn't told what to expect. It was my first time, but I had to learn hard, and I did it. I'm proud to say I got myself a lawyer in Anchorage, and it is not cheap up here. But I did it, and I adopted my first he was my great nephew, he's my son now. My problem is that the state lied. They told me that they would help me. When I asked for help, they wouldn't do it. I got the Judge Sylvia Lamar to give me permission to go out of state because I live in Alaska. I'm a resident. I was born and raised here. but I came back for Alex, my son now. The state lied and said that they didn't have funds to help me or to do foster care, so I was forced to sign guardianship. I got him at 3 days old. Now I find myself going through the same problem again because there's a lot of procedures, like I was told this Monday. They had a meeting of the ICPC, Interstate Placement for Children. I live in Anchorage, Alaska, and I need to take my grandson back home with me. I want to do the adoption. My daughter is not going to change. She's out of the tent. Just like that man said, we need to get rid of that. My daughter has a home, property, transportation. She's got it all. But she'd rather live there because it's free. She don't pay no utilities. She don't take care of her kids. And there's another thing. All the women that are having children out there, they need to have a hysterectomy. Men need to be vasectomies, whatever, vice versa. Instead of just giving the dogs neutering, take care of the women and men that are having children addicted to drugs that we have to take care of. Well, not have to, but I choose to do it. But I find it hard that they're taking care of dogs, neutering them. Every Tuesday and Thursday, they're not doing anything towards the women. And I got a handful of friends and family members that are repeatedly having children out there addicted to opiates, and the state isn't helping. Now I find myself in the position, well, they're helping to the point, but I find myself in between a rock and a hard place. I can go home and put my grandson in another foster home. I got licensed, I did all the classes, I did everything they said. Now they told me they cannot help me with the ICPC to go back to Alaska because there's a reunification process that has to take place and it's too early in my case. But my daughter has never called, talked to them, got it hold of them, came to see our son. She hasn't done anything yet. I got to do everything by the book. And she still got everything. She's got her rights. She's getting everything. It's like I'm the victim and they're punishing me for doing right. I just think a lot of things need to be changed and pushed and helped. As far as kinship guardianship, it's too expensive for us to do it on our own. And I did it with my first adoption. I got 11. I gave birth to 2 and I took him teenagers. Alex was my first adoption at 3 days old, and now I got my grandson at 3 days old. It's 11 kids, and I want to adopt my grandson. But I need the state to help me and push it faster. I have a job in a home. I'm a 21-year resident of Alaska, but I was born and raised here. I need to go back home. I need help.
So if you don't mind, thank you for the courage to tell your personal story. Thank you for taking care of your family and focusing on the children. None of us, including me, can reach into a regulatory department like CYFD and tell them, frankly, to do anything. But I would like them to reach out, and I'll have, if you'll give anyone who's got a microphone your number, because I'll bet there's some navigational, it's going to sound too administrative and wonky. I need to be straightforward. I'm sure there is more through a number of departments and agencies that can lift you up while you navigate what's currently the law in New Mexico. We don't want you to give up. We don't want it to be too hard, and we're grateful. On the sheltering side, a lot of laws that would prevent us from doing what you suggest, but it really points to. I'm not trying to minimize what I think your intent is, and of course I shouldn't be speaking for you. I don't know you, I've just met you. But we need public health in a position to do contraceptives and to make sure that we're not having births and any number of risk activities. And back to the gentleman in the back, encampments are not a productive way to support both people who want help and to hold those accountable who don't want help, who are wreaking havoc on everyone else. It's a dual track. That's what I asked the legislature for. Allow us to commit the folks who meet the standards to get the treatment so that we're working together. Just as you heard from the chief, it's this revolving door of risk, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And women like you, moms and grandmothers, are trying to figure out what you can do in that environment. So if it's all right with you, no penalty, no judgment, because that's how people view CYFD. Me too, a little. Although we're doing better. I heard the mayor take a lot of responsibility. That takes courage. I agree with you. That is about leadership. We should all be doing more of that. CYFB's been a really tough turnaround department for me. And we are finally doing better and working better. We're doing better with kinship guardianship. We're doing better with money and better training and support to foster care. Somehow, we're not doing right by you. So you give us your phone number and let us do everything we can to do right by you and your grandchildren. You're welcome.
It's up here. Hello, my name is Camilla, and I have a rhetorical question. All these statements about drug dealers and homeless people, it's kind of contradictory because I'm here actually representing all the drug people and all the homeless people and all the tent people and everyone that's living on the street or living in someone's garage. If everyone in this room, God forbid, lost their home, just imagine whatever you want. You lost your home. You're going to depend on a good neighbor or maybe your sister or maybe your uncle down the street to help you, at least I hope. Now, around here, we're used to spiritual stuff. We got penitentes. Raise your hand if you know what a penitente is. Those are what? People that are made to suffer, correct? People that voluntarily suffer. Anyway, that's what a penitente is. And in this culture, we have tribal leaders up there and we have all these people saying, oh, let's be one, let's be one. But I went to Santa Clara to take my dogs for a walk and to say some prayers at the river. I was given a no trespass sign. I was said, if you're not tribal, you don't belong here. So that, I don't understand why our neighbors are doing that. But anyway, as far as the people on the streets, half of them, if you talk to them, they need legal help. They need legal help and they can't get it. And they were forced into being a black sheep. They were forced to that because then their siblings and their other family members can sit there in their houses, nice and comfy with a pillow and new sheets. I don't get it. I don't get it how we talk a lot of crap, but when it comes down to it, those people that shoot in the crowd, oh, they're killed immediately. They're put into jail. And Jesus, our God, and the devil are saying, why do we have to work so hard together? And the devil says, I don't know, but I got your back. Because that same boy that killed 25 people made 17,000 come together. And they have a candle. And they pray. And they, oh, we got your back. We got your back. But only if a huge freaking shooting starts. Only if there's huge tragedy. Tribal people, you're not allowed on their land, but you see drunk Indians, you see drunk Mexicans, you see drunk Hispanics, you see functioning alcoholics all through Los Alamos. I asked your office for help in 2015 because I had some family members that were saying I was a drug dealer. I mean, I was a druggie, and I was this and that. You know what they wanted? They wanted my inheritance. They wanted the trust. And they wanted my parents gone because they had a plan. I'm waving my hand saying, I'm not a drug dealer. I'm not a drug user. I use cannabis. But fentanyl and all the other drugs is Mother Nature's way of saying, how dare you call the stuff that I hold near and dear a drug? Because there's not only cannabis. There's Osha, there's Navajo tea, there is a million things that God planted in this earth that is used for us. Now you start kids on fentanyl and they sit there just like this, just looking around at everybody. Look at a kid, that's the first thing they do is put them on medication. But then when they're older, how dare you want to get high? Curanderas, sobadoras, there's all kinds of natural people, natural healing, natural highs. And to be true, 1,000% honest with you, every addict in this world is looking for the feeling that you get after a massage. Your lymphatic system cleans, you can poop properly, you can think properly. If your ditches aren't clean of your body, you get backed up. Now we get that when it comes to our ditches and our gardens and all the things that we know near and dear. But as far as body, spiritual, no. Let's make more jails. Let's kick out the homeless. That's all I've heard is, oh, let's be powerful. You know what? Jesus was homeless. I don't know if everybody remembers that. But God forbid if something happened like in Hawaii or somewhere else where it takes out a whole village, oh, then, come on, we can take care of you. But as long as I've got my stomach full and my bed is there, I've got 5 restraining orders on me. And I didn't touch not one. I reached out to your office and I said, please, somebody help me. They're trying to say I'm a drug addict and they're trying to force me to be on the street. And God forbid, come up with all kinds of frustrating ways to survive. But everybody in here and everyone that complains about these homeless people, if you sat and talked to all of them, half of them have mental issues. But it is our fault. We start kids on Ritalin and then don't want them to be addicted to anything. Come on, there's got to be some compassion and some love here. And I'm not trying to pick on the Indians, but I have a big problem with them being part of what we do, but we can't be any part of anything they do. I go to San Juan to go to the lake. Meanness, cruelty, power. I went to Santa Clara to go pray and put my feet in the water and enjoy some nature. Trespassing. I have 5 restraining orders on me because those people that I thought were important, I was important in their life, they just wanted the intimidation and the power. And you know what? There's power in numbers. That should be for good, not for bad. Anyway, thank you for everything you guys do, but the spectrum is way bigger than what we're just seeing. It's not jails, it's not drugs.
You make a valid point, which is incarcerating our way out of any risks, not providing housing, not doing behavioral health, not doing services, not having education, is not what we're talking about. And while you and I are likely going to disagree respectfully, and you were very kind about your remarks, thank you for that in this community meeting. But sovereign nations, I have to get a visa to go to a sovereign nation. It is private. I don't get to go on without permission either. And the reality is this, there has to be guardrails and laws so we don't have chaos, so that when you and I disagree about something, we know that in the middle of that disagreement is the recognition that I'm responsible for something and you're responsible for something. I think this is where, frankly, the whole country has sort of lost its way. If we're violating a law, you should be held accountable, or we should change the law. Where we have too many drugs and opportunities for individuals who are impacting people who don't want to do drugs. I let you talk. Then that is also illegal. You have an impact on another person, you can't do that freely. It's just the way in which we create equity. Now, to your point, I just wanted to say that, not fair to not see hope in what you say. We need to do more. 200 million is now at the state, making its way for affordable housing and other supports. I do think we have an issue that we're going to have to look at for unfair evictions. But we also have folks who were tenants who have created, they're lighting fires in people's houses, and if you own that house, and to the point of the gentleman who's worried, if that Bosque goes up, if there's a fire in Albuquerque in the Sandias, Albuquerque's gone. Right? We are responding to, related to camping and encampments, thousands, tens of thousands of fires statewide every year. Tens of thousands. Who pays for the firefighters and the police officers? So we have to come together as a community. Intolerance, I think would be too hard a standard, not addressing housing, landlord and tenant protections. It's also too far, but probably we're not going to agree that there should be boundaries and that I understand that I can't do whatever I want anywhere I want, because that's not how we respect each other. But I appreciate that you're here tonight. Thank you.
I wasn't trying to put anybody down as far as sovereign nation. I'm just saying, if we're going to be neighbors and help each other, let's make it the way Española was. I'm with the police chief. You used to be able to go camp in Santa Clara. That was such a sacred place for me. You used to be able to go fish in San Juan. I mean, this community needs help. Those people need help. Seriously.
Walk away.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is Stephen. It's nice to meet you, Governor Michelle Grisham.
Stephen, it's nice to meet you, sir.
As you can read my shirt, I hold government accountable throughout the United States of America. What John Ramon said this evening, where he takes responsibility for the actions of the encampment, I can tell you that's false. A month prior of the town hall meeting back on May 16th, he threw you under the bus, and it was pretty bad. I have video of it, and it's documented at a city council. Not just John did it throw you under the bus really bad, so did Eric Lujan, also threw you under the bus. It was pretty bad. There's record of it, I have it. I was at the council meeting when this was happening. With me, I protect everyone, and I speak for people that are afraid to speak out because of retaliation, and I'm not. I already swallowed that pill a long time ago, so if government comes for me, government comes for me. But with that being said, law enforcement, everyone that's in here, you're all probably thought I was going to do something crazy, and I'm not going to do nothing crazy, so you guys can stand down. I have so much respect for this lady right here. I known her since she was youngin'. I'm not like that. I just hold government accountable. Anyways, I would like to know what is an ordinance? Is an ordinance or rule within the city, or is it law within the city?
I'm going to pass it to the mayor. Ordinances are laws. You can call it whatever you want. It's enforceable. I think the point to make about statutes and local ordinances is that they're enforceable. Something in statute likely enforceable at a higher level. A lot of ordinances don't allow you to penalize someone by jail time, but it depends on the ordinance. And I haven't talked to the mayor about this. Well, I did a little in the homeless meeting. There are 50 at least really good local ordinances that this state should adopt. And I can't make local governments adopt it, but I did promise at that meeting that I would cobble that list. I'm a little behind, Mayor, but that list is coming. And I want local governments to adopt the ordinances that improve the quality of life, that are enforceable by sheriffs and by police and by state police. Typically that's done by the local police, but an ordinance has the same full effect.
Okay, hold on, before you, I'm not done. So, here in the city of Española, they did an ordinance regarding panhandling, correct? Panhandling is protected under the Constitution of the United States under the First Amendment, which is freedom of religion and freedom of speech. The Supreme Court has ruled on that, so it's protected. You're talking about an ordinance, you're talking about a median that's not about less than 36 inches. You're talking about somewhere at a traffic light. In the United States Supreme Court, Gonzalez versus Castle Rock, you guys know that our safety is not your guys' concern. You know that, correct? Like law enforcement, they're only here to enforce laws. They're not here for our safety. We protect our own safety. They're here to uphold the laws, not for our safety.
Well, that's not actually true. And Stephen, you are right. There has been, he's exactly right. And I think that's important when we're having a dialogue. To recognize, I know you are, but I want the public to know that you are as well. I want all the Facebook watchers to know that you're right as well. That's valuable, because sometimes people misunderstand, sometimes I make a mistake, and we want the folks to know. But that Supreme Court interpretation, it's not interpretation, it's law, that panhandling is freedom of speech, but here are things that you can do for other people's safety. So if there is too narrow, so I think the Española panhandling ordinance is not only, so we might disagree, not only constitutional, I'd like to see it statewide. Because we have the highest pedestrian death safety issues per capita in the country by a lot. And when you've got people who are texting and who are on the phone and who aren't paying attention, and we've got panhandlers, and there are changes, one person leaves, another person comes in. I've seen fights on those medians. I've seen chairs on 32 inches. I've seen a tent on those 32 inches. You can't see. It's untenable. That is allowable under that Supreme Court ruling. Here's what else is allowable under that Supreme Court ruling until it's challenged. I haven't seen a challenge. I don't know what would happen, but I'm interested. Cities could require people, just like they do every other business, panhandlers to seek a license. You'd have to get a license. You could go through a background check. Many cities do this, so that the same standards that are applied to everyone's business are applied to panhandling. The license should be free. The support should be free, different kind of a business. But there are limitations to many people's interpretation of that Supreme Court free speech decision. And then I'm done. Thank you for giving me that time.
And then I just have a real quick thing. So you guys, seems like you guys are trying to figure out how to make less crime against the less fortunate people. Seems like that's what you guys are targeting, the less fortunate people, to clean up the community. But what about everybody else that does the exact same thing as the less fortunate people? What about them? What are they going to get?
They should be accountable too, and you make a very important point for me, which is, I don't do this as well as I intend to. So your t-shirt, hold us all accountable. I don't want, and I think I can speak for the panel and the community, I think. We should not, and we don't want to criminalize hardship or stigmatize and criminalize mental illness. That's wrong. We also are not wanting to criminalize addiction. That's not helpful. And if we tried to criminalize it, if I thought that was the right thing to do, you can build as many jails as you can get billions of dollars for. You can't incarcerate your way out of that. We need to stop poverty. We need to stop childhood trauma. We need to have fair housing. We need better community supports and quality of life. We need behavioral treatment. We need better educational outcomes. That's why we're having free child. We need all that, and we didn't get it for a long time. And we need it. But when you have serious crime and dangerous repeat offenders, whoever you are, whether you're unhoused or living in a mansion because of drug dealing, you should be treated so you can stand trial, or you should go right to jail if convicted, or prison, because you are a felon. That's what we're talking about. And I'm not very clear about it, and you were helpful. It's not everyone, it's not all of it, it's repeat, dangerous felonies. Rape, attempted murder, drug dealing, human trafficking, serious property damage, carjacking with kidnapping, people who are assaulting you with firearms when you go to the grocery store, the drug store. You can't buy allergy medication in most drugstores in New Mexico. You know why? Because they steal it so often that those pharmacies won't carry it, or they're closing, or they're locking up. So now the impacts to everyday citizens who believe in investing in prevention, dignity, respect, treatment, and anti-poverty pro-education programs are held hostage by dangerous folks. So you gave me an opportunity to clarify, because I'm struggling with that. I don't want people to believe, and thank you, Stephen, that we're trying to incarcerate people who have risk issues or poor or minorities. I would never stand for that, and I don't believe that's anyone's position. I hope it's not anyone's position in the room, because then we really disappointed you, but the leaders in the state aren't interested in doing that, and frankly, I think it would be unconstitutional, to your point.
Can I just ask one more question? Is there funding to get rehab centers and local cities? Is there a way that the local government can get money some way, somehow to build rehab centers within the city? Because like that's what in this place, everywhere throughout the nation, that's what's lacking.
Agreed.
That's what's lacking.
And there is money.
I was at the Encampment a couple of days ago, and I interviewed 45 people. I walked through. I have a huge platform. I have a huge social platform. I do YouTube, Facebook, X. I do everything. I have a big following. So I did a walkthrough at the Encampment here. Spoke with everybody here. They're just nervous of where they're going because nobody has talked to them. Everybody's just like they're afraid to speak with these people. Like they don't know how to interact. If they can have a normal conversation, I spoke with everyone, and they just need help. They need guidance, is what they're looking for. If this city of Española had a facility or some way to have these people get counsel or help these people get help, I would guarantee this city would be back to normal how it was 60 years ago. Or 30 years ago since I left here. I no longer live here. I was a resident, but I moved away about 2 years ago. But I just wanted to know if there's funding for...
There is, and more needs to come, and there aren't enough easy access points. So I don't want no one's hearing me say that it's all fixed, right? But there's a lot of money available, and we're actually going to make Española a center for every service, every part of government. And actually, Mr. Mayor, I agree with Stephen that we heard from the experts, you have to go into the encampments and say, we're closing. And at the same time, there's a leader in that encampment, or two. You have to commit that you will navigate people into services. Say what? And the people who are willing and follow those rules, they can't be too narrow, they can't be too broad, we should support those folks. And the people who don't want that, who want to repeat these criminal behaviors, they get held accountable. That's the system that's working in Chicago, New York, Washington, D.C., Denver, Dallas, Houston. They're doing it now in LA. I'm sure people saw the governor of California put out I'm exaggerating what the order says, but to generalize, sort of, we're not going to have any encampments in California anymore, and directing cities and counties to deal with it. So it's coming in America, because it can't be all of one and none of the other. And we want to make Española a model place for its citizens. That's what we want to do. Next question's up here.
Yeah, my name's Ronald Gallegos. I'm one person who was alumni from here. I've been part of this college for 30 years, more or less, and I'm a retired educator, military. Well, there's a problem I see, and it's been working in other places. There's a vet court in Bernalillo Court, Bernalillo County. And is there any type of funding that you can have a vet court in every municipality, every district, every magistrate court? Because you mentioned mental health and everything else like that. There's nobody mentally worse off than a combat veteran. I've been to 5 combat tours, and I came back alive. And I buried more people coming back alive than I have seen in combat. Because they were sent to jail, they were incarcerated, for just because of who they were. They went to the VA, they went to the process, they did everything, they took 30 medications. There was one person with 30 medications. And the previous sheriff used to call me at times. Hey Ron, we got this veteran over here, he's drunk off his ass, we want to take him in, can you come and talk to him? And sure enough, I go over there and I talk to him, said on the situation and stuff like that also. The previous chief of police, Richard Gallegos, same thing. Ron, can you come and talk to this guy? I know he doesn't mean any harm or anything, but he's off his rocker. He's talking about the war, he's talking about combat and everything else like that too. Is there any program where you can set up, volunteer veterans who can go and talk to people and stuff like that. I know you've got a task force that's on right now, I don't know what you call it, but there's a young man in West, Jason Gonzalez, but he's only one person in one community. Is there any way that you can actually contact volunteers? When I first came back from my first tour, I set up the Veterans Resource Office here in college. I founded it to help veterans with their benefits to go back to school and stuff like that too, whether it's trades or anything else like that too. I did 6 months volunteer service for that one office, provided that they get somebody on full time and stuff like that too. I haven't been back, so I don't know the status of that office, but it would be something that would help out the veterans, even if it's a place to go sit, chat. You know, like all the retirees go to McDonald's and talk in the morning. Sometimes all you do is meet someone to talk to.
I'm so sorry.
Sending them to AA or just having them, you know, quote over somewhere, you know, it doesn't work. AA is not a place where a combat vet wants to sit with someone else has a different problem with you because their mom spanked them when they were a kid, compared to being shot at every single day. So, is there any type of, like Stephen was saying, is there any provisions for some kind of rehab center that we can have to where you can actually get volunteers to go and help out the veterans and stuff like that too? I know I've heard about the homeless and everything else like that too, but most homeless vets do not want to be around other homeless people. They want to be out on their own.
True, it's
So
true,
you don't
and
have
there's
to
a huge veterans homeless population in New Mexico and in the country.
Right. We got to do something about that also. You know, it's not because they're not paying their bills or their drugs are given to them by the VA, but they're just giving it to them while they're in military service. So if we can, you know, have.
Can I commit to you right now? Will you help me?
Yes.
All right, so give your number. I don't know whether we do it here at the college or not. I'm looking at Secretary Allen, look at the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Blasi, if we can add that to the whole Presbyterian stuff. Let's get a group of volunteers. Let's do stipended peer support, so we're paying for it. Let's get a program that's robust, up and running, and let's just get that done right now. You asked about the courts. Yes, courts, I don't ask for money for the courts. So again, and I know you don't need to know this, but maybe for our Facebook viewers who may not know, 3 branches of government. So the legislative, the gut state, executive, and the judicial branch. So the courts, through their administrative office, they put together a budget just like I do. So we put together our budgets in September, and we go to the legislature in January, and we all fight for our budgets. I will tell you that they have not been asking for very many of those courts. And we did give a raise to judges. I didn't do it for years and then did. But I do think, I mean, they asked for the budget, but I was worried about what it was doing to everyone else. I do think we could put a little positive pressure on the courts, and I'd be willing to talk to the judicial district here about getting a veterans court. I think they work very well. I don't think they're that expensive in the context of getting it set up. We have to have funding for another judge, potentially, or some staff, but I'm in. But that's why you don't see us talking about it, because that happens independently through the courts. Why don't we push a little bit there? Because I don't think veterans are getting enough service, and I'm really worried. And we could prevent them from being on the streets if we're working through the experts and guidance of people just like you. And I don't know what happened to it. But let's put it back together right now.
Yes, thank you.
You got it. Done.
Oh yes, I'm loud enough anyways. Like I said, I'm retired military and I got a loud voice that'll carry. I've been in contact with your recent Secretary,
Davidson Herrera, and we've been talking about it. I lobby at the legislature all the time for the sequias, for the water and stuff like that too, and for veterans on occasion. So I'm familiar with the situation with how you work and stuff like that too. So you will see my presence. I'm there every Veterans Day for the legislature.
Well, let's do work before the legislature. Thank you for your dedication and your offer to help us put that back together. I'm grateful to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hello, Ms. Grisham. I've met you before at a lot of
problem is that saw my great-grandson that's running around patiently. He lost his mother 4 years ago on a DWI. And the problem is it keeps getting pushed off. And the lady's never been to jail. She killed 2 people. She's from Colorado. But the state cannot look at her history in Colorado. So because it's her first offense here, more than likely she'll get probation. How do you take 2 lives and not be accountable? Now, I've been on both sides of the system. I got 28 years clean. I'm a recovering addict. I work with the community. My company hires ex-cons. I get them working. But the thing is we need something for the kids. We need an somebody to advocate, and I'd be willing if somebody show me how. These kids that when their parents die, they're left with nothing. And then they get money and they can't touch it until they're of age. He's 11 years old. How is he going to eat between now and 18? One of the things that the state can do is hire caseworkers that are bonded, that can make sure that these kids have what they need and they don't get lost in the system. We need to do something for them. Now, I got some grudges because I've been complaining about Ms. Carmack. And I started with Mr. Vendetta's administration, and nothing has been done. This woman will not, I have not been able to meet with her. They tell me I'm gonna have certain court dates, and then they change it. But she ends up in court, but I don't know what's going on. But this little boy that's 11 years old, he has a right to know what's going on with his mother's stuff. And you know what? I'm advocating for him, but it's very frustrating. But you know, I want to put things aside because I've gotten a resentment towards you because reaching out to your office, they sent me a link for clemency. I don't need clemency. I need the state to follow the laws that are on the books. I would love to find a way to work with you, Ms. Grisham, because behind this tragedy within our family with my great-grandson, there's a lot of things that that's not right. You know, he does get his mother's Social Security, but he doesn't qualify for food stamps. He doesn't qualify for a lot of stuff because of what I made. I'm the great-grandma. I'm getting ready to retire. It's hard. And then I went and adopted him. It cost me $14,000. You know, the resources for these kids, where are they? We talk about that these children are our future. What are we doing for them? Because they are not an adult. The advocates at the court, nothing is going on. It's 4 years. Our statute says that after 5 years, there's nothing they can do. So what? If my granddaughter is not a statistic, she's not just a number, she's that little boy's mother that's never going to come home. That little boy is basically alone. Yes, he has family, but he does not have siblings. He does not have his mother. And this lady is back in Colorado, still using, and the state cannot use her history over there. How do we tell this little boy he matters?
You won't love this answer, but I'll tell you the truth. I have no control over the courts. I have no control over the district attorneys. I have no control over the public defenders, and I shouldn't. But I do think it's time, like this commitment and competency that I've been focused on and hearing other issues that also don't work, I think it's time to report from the courts what's going on, and the DAs, because this is not the first time we've had a New Mexican stand up and say, I'm a family that's been victimized, our lives are forever changed, I have no information, I don't know what's happening, I can't get it, I can't move the system, there doesn't seem to be victims advocates. When we talked yesterday specifically in Albuquerque, there's going to have to be more done for victims advocacy. So I can see that. I think we're going to have to work hard on that issue too. I don't know that we're going to get, I don't know. I haven't asked the DAs whether they're willing to do more in that space. We did have the Bernalillo County District Attorney's Office, which I appreciate, apologize for not being more active. But it's a statewide problem, and you just pointed that out. I would like to figure out some of the benefits. So if you've adopted, I'll bet there's more. Some of it, you're right, is related to your income. I know that sounds unfair. I can't just change that, federal requirements for Medicaid and other things, but I'll bet there's something else we could be doing for your family.
Yes. Well, it's not just for my family. I'm fortunate that I'm able to take care of him. But what about these other kids that don't have it? So that's where it comes in the caseworkers. You get them bonded, they can follow the kid. It's the same thing with assistants. They need to follow the child, not the parent. Because what's happening is that the parent is getting all the assistance and the kid is dumped off at the grandma's house or the grandpa's, and they're the ones that are taking care of it. But the thing is, there is so much more that I believe I can help you with, and I want to put it aside and work with you. And my thing is, it's not just so much you forcing them, but you know what? I believe that you have the right to make them forced to follow the laws that are on our books. How can I? So here it comes to me. How can I be of service to you?
Give your number to that guy right there, and I will call you, and we'll figure out a path. And that's the best part about these town halls. I get everyday New Mexicans who just want to make a difference. Thank you very much for your service.
I have a comment right here, Devin.
5 seconds. My name is Melissa Martinez. I am a mother. I do not come with solutions or anything that I can contribute except for myself. I have gone through the Growing Up New Mexico program. I advocate because I understand what it is to feel decimated in a community. I lost 5 of my brothers. My mom and dad passed away. I'm raising my children alone. I came back to Española understanding that I need a village. I need my community to support me. And I'm looking for the support to develop a program of a 24-hour childcare facility like Dream Tree, so we don't lose any more of our children, so we don't lose these future community members, these future leaders, these future children are really being impacted. And I would like to work with you with working on getting this 24-hour childcare facility so that way when there is that unexpected moment where a child is in an encampment, that they are safe, they have a warm bed, they have food in their tummies, and they know that somebody like me, that they can call almost mom, can come home and feel safe.
That's a really good idea. We only did an hour of childcare here tonight. We're working really hard to be a no wrong door childcare state. We have very few, as this mom indicated, of 24 hours. And even outside of the circumstance you just described, we've got doctors and police officers with night shifts. And they're in a real bind if they're raising their families. So just for the community to know, 24-hour childcare is a really important asset, and we don't have enough of them. And we really need to think that through. So I want to thank that mom, and we'll work with you to see what we can do. It seems like a community where we ought to do more.
Hello, Governor. My name is Bellavina. We've actually met before. I'm an advocate for equity in mental and behavioral health. And the question I had is, we've talked a lot about rehabilitation centers, and what we haven't really talked about is detox centers. For all of northern New Mexico, we only have one detox center and that's at Santa Fe Recovery. We can't get them into rehabilitation services until they've been detoxed. And so we're pushing the limits of Santa Fe Recovery when they're asking for rehabilitation services because they have to get detoxed first. I was wondering if maybe there was some way that we could make it so that all rehabilitation centers have to provide detox services. Now with fentanyl, it's even more difficult to get them into detox centers because the withdrawal can be very erratic, and some of the workers are afraid to take them in. Sometimes they're coming in and they have other substances in their body. They have things like ketamine, and the way they're going to respond is going to be different. So we have a deep need for detox centers in this area. And that was my main question, but I also had another question, and it was something that you actually touched on, and that's the need for housing. We do have a homelessness problem, but homelessness is a housing issue. It's not a drug issue. It's not, it is a public safety issue, but until there's enough housing, we're going to continue to see this cycle of homelessness because there has to be a place for them to go. And I understand that the encampment is not ideal. It's not ideal for anybody. It's not ideal for them. It's not ideal for us. It's not ideal for Ryan, if he's still here. It's not ideal, right? But where are they going to go? You can disband the camp, but where do they go? Where are they going to be? Just because you disband the encampment doesn't mean they cease to exist. It doesn't mean they cease to be homeless.
Remember I said you have to go in and offer services? That may not mean that everybody can live right here for housing. We have to use all statewide resources. And again, we don't say no, but we got to get our arms around how many folks are living on the streets because of a landlord-tenant or housing issue that are from New Mexico. I'm going to bet it's 30% or lower. That's really telling. So New Mexico's population isn't like California's population, where they've got like 85% is dealing with lack of affordable access to housing. Now 25 to 30 is still too high. Anybody that's struggling is still too high. But we got another big issue, and part of that is when you get labeled, even if it's unfair, as a permissive state, they come. And when I say they, I don't mean it to sound ugly, but rather we don't have the resources to solve the affordable housing and the mental health issues for America. We have to really focus on our stuff, and we have to start navigating better so that people don't come here and don't create more risk, so that we get it all fixed in a way that's better. So I can't say that everyone today could live here, but if we went in, I'm confident together we could place the vast majority of people who are willing to be in programs, to stay sober and clean. That's the trick. Because when you're in an apartment and you have neighbors, your neighbors don't like it when a drug dealer comes to the house. I mean, this is the world we're living in. And they don't like it when you're having an acute mental health episode. It's not your fault. And you start a fire in the apartment complex. And so they get evicted. So we have this. So that's why you also have to have commitment processes, because people are too sick often, not always, to stay in treatment. You asked about detox. Detox is tricky. We do need more detox. Hospitals can detox. You pointed out readily that it's complicated. And so some of these recovery centers do not have the medical staff or acuity to do detox. It is alcohol is one of the worst. Fentanyl and alcohol is really tough, and adolescents even harder. And most facilities, nonprofit or profit, don't want the liability. So I do see that the handoff is really problematic, and here it is. If you went to a hospital, if there was an intersection by the police to a hospital, they barely meet the detox requirements and you're released. And the people often will say, I want to just go. So we don't really fully detox you. So I think the point you make, which I appreciate, isn't that there's no places for detox, but rather there's no consistent system to adequately support someone through detox and initial treatment. We do need more of that. Again, we have 100 beds. If you've got people that you're worried about that will come in and get detox and get services, we'd like to help you navigate that. Give me your name and number, and we are building them as well as placing them. Because the HMOs, quite frankly, when they're paying for an emergency room, they don't lose anything if you leave in 24 hours. They don't want you there for 3 and 4 days because they lose money. And we've made it really clear to the HMOs that those days are gone in the state of New Mexico, and I want that not to be the case in the Española Valley anymore either. So I know there's been struggles. I think that we're going to make a lot of improvements in this community, and I'm dedicated to getting more non-hospital, safe, detox, sobriety centers, but we're going to need hospitals to do their part too. No, that's the whole point.
No, not if the client chooses to leave. If we take them for detox, is Presbyterian required to keep them?
If they're in an acute emergency and they meet emergency room criteria, yes. And if they're not taking them, we need to know that. Well, I need to know that. I believe if you're leaning into that they don't, oh, I believe it. And I'm furious about it. But here is one issue. That too many people who spouse, a family member, a friend, a neighbor takes you to the hospital because you're either ODing or you're detoxing because you can't access the thing that keeps you from being sick. And the person, as soon as they're hydrated and medicated, and I know this because I have family members who suffer from addiction. I've been down this road. Everyone has been down this road. The second my family member feels better, they're out the door. They're out the door and they're right back. And then they steal or panhandle and get enough money and get another hit. And so it's this revolving door. No hospital, not just detox, no hospital can keep anyone who says they want to leave, even if you have a mental health issue, unless they go to court. This is the problem. And then courts, because of the stringent, narrow laws, aren't able to do anything. So we just have this revolving door, in, out, in and out of court, in and out of hospitals, in and out of treatment, in and out of your neighborhoods, in, out, has to stop. If they're not acute and they want drug treatment, that's not necessarily detox, could be, but that's different. Yes, we have places for people to go, and if someone's saying no, I need to know. So I'd like for you to get Gina DeBlase's number, and we're going to connect you, because yes, there are places for people to go. Caveat, if 3,000 people tomorrow are looking for treatment, inpatient, or medication-assisted treatment. That's available too, right now in Española. No waiting list, ready. If 5,000, 3,000, maybe even 2,000 people reached out tomorrow morning, I'm going to be overwhelmed. That's a fact. But if hundreds reach out tomorrow, we can manage. Not enough people, I should do this. And I know I'm talking too long, but this is really hard stuff. And the state's in, frankly, recovery from getting rid of all of it. We're in our own recovery. It's easy for providers to say no, and they've been doing that. Not anymore. I want to know who they are, where they are. They're in trouble. 2, we want to build more access points. We're doing that through the state directly and through HMOs and through cities and counties with nonprofits. 3, we will not have all that we need for a while, but it should be noticeably better. And if it's not noticeably better for people who want treatment here, I need to know about that. Because I believe you that they're saying no, they are not supposed to, either side of that equation. They are not supposed to. Over here.
Real quick, Delavina, I wanted to talk what we're doing about affordable housing here in Española. 30% of the city does not have utilities, and unfortunately, that's water, that's sewer, and that's affected our ability to develop growth here. In our community, because obviously developers are constantly looking for opportunities where they can make money, make a profit margin. Under the governor, they've actually released a lot of affordable housing opportunities. I think the most going back from the Mortgage Finance Authority. It's not enough. The state needs to produce more money to put out for communities to provide these infrastructure opportunities, to develop these affordable housing opportunities. Española is very unique in the aspect where we're bordered on the north and the south, so we have to develop infill properties within the city, large acreage properties, which do not have access to utilities. Those are areas like in Santa Cruz, Santo Niño, El Llano, all those corridors that do not have access to utilities right now, but they're rich for opportunity with developers to develop affordable housing complexes and such. But we have to get the infrastructure in that area. That's why we've worked very diligently with the Water Trust Board to get water infrastructure to those corridors.
Okay, the next question's over here.
Madam Governor, there was a panel, ladies and gentlemen. Sheriff Billy Merritt with the Sheriff's Office, and I just have a few comments that I just want to put out there. I've written letters, I've already started for our legislative leaders for the information I want to put out there, but Madam Governor, since you're here, I want you to hear it because hopefully it trickles up. Real quick on just the comment made on detox. I mean, I know it's a tough thing, but we got to do a better job of finding a solution for that, especially here in the valley. I mean, I'm a father, I lost a daughter to opioids, so I get it. I get the illness, I get the frustrations. And a lot of folks here, I see that in folks. So I know there's a lot of comments about incarceration. You know, being in law enforcement, some deserve incarceration, bottom line. Some need that help and that push. We know that. On the public safety side of it, Madam Governor, we greatly appreciate you doing the retention, recruitment stuff you've done for our smaller agencies because it's helped us tremendously. For us having a county just under 6,000 square miles, it's tough. And if we didn't have the great partnerships that we have with state police, our surrounding agencies, our tribal brothers and sisters, it'd be tough. But as a sheriff's office, the responsibilities that fall on us, not just calls of service, but the inmate transports, the court security, the sex offender registry, civil service, extraditions, all these things that we have to do, there's never enough of us. So I ask you, Madam Governor, as I've sent out to our legislative leaders, every one of them, for this next legislature session, just like the last one, we go ourselves to lobby, I'll be honest, because we gotta push for that help. The partnerships, Chief Miguel Garcia, the surrounding agencies here, New Mexico State Police, I don't know where the captain took off to for state police, but we've had to really, really create a good bond for each other to make things happen. Mr. Mayor, you know, these comments that everybody makes, I try to stay out of it, but you know, the majority of Española is Rio. So I'm asking your city council folks that are still here, we got to do a better job with our other county leaders to work together on finding these solutions, because we're being a little too separate. Chief and I know that. We talk all the time. Captain from state police and his troops. But we got to do a better job. And I tell them the same thing, because it's all of our problems. I see a lot of folks that left or folks that are here that live in the county but are here. And the problem in Española is no different than up in Chama or the other areas. We just don't have the encampments, but we're pushing people that are squatters from abandoned houses all the time. So it's everywhere. So just, you know, Mr. Mayor, it's not just a problem for the city, it's all of our problem. We're here to help. Madam Governor, I'm committed, I've been committed to the public safety side of going to some of these committees that they put together so they can hear some of our voices, because we're the ones that deal with it. And it's frustrating for us sometimes because the rules that are made or the bills that are passed, they don't get the verbiage from us. They don't get our input. They just passed House Bill, I think it was House Bill 139, you know, and it was to decrease the penalties for courts and penalty assessments for traffic enforcement. You drive 84 or 84-285 towards Chama. If you look at the statistics of speed-related accidents, now we're citing somebody $30 for 10 miles over the speed limit, and that kills us. How are we being enforcers? Not that we're trying to penalize people and break their pocketbooks. But we need to have a voice to say, hey, wait, before you do that, give our input. So I appreciate you coming here. Like I said, what I've put on a letter to all of our legislative leaders is being sent out, and I hope that it trickles up to you. So thank you.
Sheriff, thank you for your dedication and hard work. I will tell you that leveraging pays off. We've got 11,000 arrests in Albuquerque, more than we would have, and they weren't booking anyone into the jails before we were working together, the jail, because they couldn't. Now they do. We still have the revolving door that I've talked about, but a lot of that is being dealt with, and we're going to do some 24-hour operations with sort of a mobile operation unit, leveraging state police, city police, and the sheriff's department in Albuquerque and Santa Fe in the areas that are incredibly dangerous. And we're just going to be there 24/7, right there with shifts, because it's the only way we're going to be able to interrupt it. It's just I wanted to point out how powerful that is. You got to work together. We got to be more supportive. If your letter is to tell the legislature that we're going to need more than $136 million, I'm in. I want more money for policing and police officers. And until we get to that standard that's 10 years, 15 years old and beyond, I'm not done pushing, and I don't think any law enforcement jurisdictions ought to stop pushing for that. I got a little pushback last year, and the way in which they were trying to get the money out made it really complicated. I don't understand that. So I could use your support. Sounds like I've got it. You've got it upstairs. I don't know how you feel about this revolving door and the intersections that I pointed out that are very dangerous felonies. Not everyone else. But I can't for the life of me understand how the legislature doesn't even want to debate that. I mean, they're getting literally, if they get a hearing, it's 30 seconds. It's tabled immediately. I do think the legislature intended to not make the courts try to chase people for $30 who don't have $30. But you make a very interesting point, and I signed that bill.
And I'm not.
No, I hear you, but I
Yes.
just want to say I'm with you. That we're doing this. It's all of one and none of the other. There are no accountability guardrails in the state. And I want to alert you, and I think you can really help me be a better governor. I can't make the case by myself. They are not going to shift these positions unless the community stands with you and the chief and my chief, and the entire system is working together. So I appreciate what you're doing. I accept your offer, and I'll do what I can as well, sir.
And I can assure you, there's plenty of us that will come and fight with you on that. And that is just an example of the little squeaky, but it does affect us, because in the county, we got folks that drive here 20, 30 miles per hour. And so it's something that we can talk on the road, but on the accountability and the deterrence, we don't have deterrence, and we need, and like I said, there's a lot of us ready to fight. You know, if we talk about seriousness of our drug dealers, which here in Española or River County, you can throw a rock and hit a couple of them. I'm not joking. But we need to find a way in the legislature to have a no-tolerance statute for those individuals that are wanting to do it, whether it's they want to, if they're choosing to sell this stuff, which we know is everywhere. They're choosing to do that. We got to have no tolerance, because there's no deterrent. We just arrested a 13 and a 12-year-old a month ago with 10,000 fentanyl pills, their money full of pocket, or their pocket full of money and a weapon, because they're now starting to work for the cartels. And we have cartels here, we know that. So we got to get a stricter deterrent, no tolerance statutes in place for those offenders that want to do that.
I agree.
Governor, thank you for the roundtable that you hosted at the beginning of the month. That was very beneficial for a lot of the mayors and chiefs of police. I'm going to be frank that a lot of the mayors throughout the state were very upset that attended that roundtable, that this special session didn't produce any sort of results. Because right there, right on the ground, boots on the ground, they're not seeing the situation, and we're glad it was brought to the forefront. Like the sheriff, I think there's a contingent of mayors, not just myself, that want to get engaged and really pressure the legislature for revamping legislation to incarcerate individuals and just tougher penalties. The revolving door needs to come to an end. Yes. And it's unfortunate because we constantly are told, the chief tells me, so we arrest somebody, they're out 24, 48 hours later. 10 hours. And it comes down to, is there just this lack of respect for authority. Just this past week, myself, the city manager, and the chief were out looking at a homeless encampment here in town. There was an individual, I think he was probably under the influence. He got very aggressive with the chief of police, and he wanted to fight the chief of police right then and there in the street. And I couldn't believe that, you know, just complete zero lack of respect. I mean, he got arrested and he probably was out by the next day. And that's just a revolving judicial system that we are fed up with and frustrated. So thank you, Governor.
Well, I'm going to just tell you that while the mayors might have been bristling, the Municipal League supported that legislation. It was just a couple of mayors that in the end didn't want to do it. And that's fine, but 90% of New Mexicans are demanding that something be done about risk behaviors and crime. 90%. And yet very little is getting done. And I'm not trying to pick on legislators, you know. You heard someone, that the mayor, we always can get along. We let bygones be bygones. We are one state. We're not always going to agree. We're good. The legislators and I are not fighting, but we're not winning. We're not fighting, but we're not winning. We're not making a difference. The only way that changes is with you. Sign if you agree. If you don't agree, then you have every right to say, I don't like those ideas, I want something else. They want to hear that too. But if you agree on any of it or all of it, sign a petition. Call your legislators. Demand that we take action. Ask them to go to another special session. Tell them, if not, that you want bills up right away, because they've gotten very accustomed to not want to do public safety. And that has to end, or we will get to a point where we can't fix it. And we're right on the precipice, in my view. So the time to act is now. And I'm there. I'm with the mayor. I'm there, Sheriff. I'm there, Mayor. I want these changes.
Hi, I'm Todd. I'm actually from Albuquerque. I wanted to see if there were the same issues here in Española as there was in Albuquerque. And we had squatters in our neighborhood, and there was about 35 of them. They were dealing drugs. They were human trafficking. There was 2 small children in there. It was horrible. This went on for, like I said, for 3 years. And so we reported it, and nothing was done. And so we just took care of it ourselves. You know? So we started intervening. We started going over there. We started confronting. We started doing those things. And we did it as a community. We got with law enforcement when they started coming out, and they were very friendly, and they gave us some ideas that would also help benefit us. So what I would suggest in a small community, you guys seem very tight, is work with your law enforcement agencies and get some ideas from them. Because when it comes down to it, law enforcement gets there as soon as they can. But if there's a weapon fired, okay, no matter how fast they get there, it's done in a matter of milliseconds. So you need to be prepared. That's why I oppose your gun legislation. And it makes no sense to me that we have all these drug dealers, and we have criminals running amok. You've admitted it over and over again. But yet you're telling me that I can't defend my family. You're telling me I can't defend my private property. You are saying that there's no probable cause for me to prevent me from getting a weapon. There's none. Tell me what probable cause it would be for me, a law-abiding citizen, getting a weapon. And you passed the bill. And the judge, ironically, he said it's constitutional. I don't see how. I mean, that blows me away. Maybe it was because you gave him that pay raise, right? Ironically. So, that makes no sense to me whatsoever. My family and I were assaulted at a voting center, and not just by fellow New Mexicans, but also by your staff. And I have a weapon. I could very easily defend my family and me with a weapon, but I chose not to. You know why? Because I don't have a mental disability, and I make good choices. But yet you're penalizing me for that. So I would suggest to you guys, you get together and you work as a team, and you work in your communities, because there's only so much the police can do. You can use their methods, and that's fine, and you can work with them and have them come when you can, but I'm telling you right now, when I organized, me and a few other people organized our neighborhood, they were gone within a week. It happened that fast. And then whenever it started catapulting and it started snowballing, the police officers came and they were more than willing to support us. But I'll tell you, you need to put, this is all pomp and circumstance to me, you guys. Because I've been around this long enough to where politicians talk too much. They do nothing. And the money goes somewhere, but we don't know where. I don't trust you. I appreciate you being here, but I don't trust you. Patrick Allen, you still have that lawsuit in Oregon when you violated the PrEP Act, you violated EUA, you hired him. Of course, you followed the same principles during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, I don't trust them. You have to trust yourself. And the Constitution, read the Constitution, read the New Mexico Constitution. It says that we the people are the government, that we can govern ourselves. We can work with these law enforcement agencies. I love that. It's whenever it gets higher and higher into bureaucracies and billions of dollars are going nowhere. Ms. Grisham, you said that you think it's a great idea to take personal responsibility. We have cartels. We know there's cartels here. We know they are. And you're okay with open borders. We know that it is a fact that marijuana has strict and diverse and horrible effects on the brain. I suggest you guys, and my heart goes out to you guys when you're talking about people trying to recover, from addiction. Write this down. Amen Clinics. Dr. Amen. He has a 90% effective recovery rate with people who are addiction, who suffer from addiction. But also veterans. 93%. People who have been in prison. And what they found out is that the executive functioning of your body, your brain is not working. You admitted that, Ms. Grisham. It is a mental illness, it's a mental disability, that's what the problem is. But yet you continue these nonsensical gun laws when we all know that it is mental illness. And you can see marijuana, if you go to that site, you're going to see the difference between, I taught health, and he was a great reference. If you see a healthy brain, it looks like a grape. If you see a brain that's on marijuana, it looks like Swiss cheese with marijuana, with Swiss cheese in a raisin. It looks like somebody that has Alzheimer's. It's horrific. How can you make good decisions when you're smoking dope? You can't make good decisions. Now, ironically, they're also finding out, I went to the website, the EMG website, and that's where you can look at what's in the water. Well, guess what's in the water? We have glyphosate, we have arsenic, we have chloroform, we have heavy metals, we have all these toxins in our water, we have it in our food supply. You see it spraying all over the New Mexico blue sky with your chemtrails. You have silver iodine, you have sulfuric acid. Do you not think that that's going to have an effect on your brain? These are all things that have already been proven. It affects your brain, it affects your ability to make decisions. I implore you to be aware of that. And that's where you look and you go down that path, and that's how you change things. But I appreciate the time, and I appreciate you letting me speak. But I don't trust any of you, and you're not taking my weapons.
Understood, and I appreciate that you're here. Just for folks to know, there were 2 gun laws passed. Can't take it to polling places. And it's a 7-day waiting period upheld by a federal court, which, of course, none of us, which we have no control over state courts or federal courts. I did propose the waiting list, and I think that's going to save lives, but I am clear, and the gentleman very effectively and productively explained his disagreement. And there are several disagreements about those kinds of issues, and I appreciate that you're here too. and have the courage to let us know how you're feeling. That's important for me as a policymaker. Thank you. Okay, next question, Senator.
Thank you very much. Dusty Green, Santa Fe County Commission. It's great to see you guys here. Governor, Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you very much for being here and staying as late as possible. I have 2 comments and then actually a possible request in this. So we all wear different hats. First of all, as a county commissioner, we deal with the jail, right? And the cities arrest most of the people that deal with the homelessness problem, and counties have to deal with it as well. But we deal with jail, right? And so we're not really accepting Española, transfers right now because of the high risk, is my understanding of this, right? And so we need a detox, a sort of pre-jail sort of detox, either up here or in Santa Fe, wherever we can do it to sort of allow for that pipeline to happen. The other space of this, and in a hat that you wear, and nobody else in this room wears, is that you can call out the National Guard. This is an emergency. I actually say this is an emergency. And imagine if you called out the National Guard to help Española right now with portable buildings and a small village to take in and create a community that lasts for just a year or 2 until we can build an actual facility that costs real money. But the temporary is the urgency of now. And you have a law enforcement or public safety asset at your disposal that might come in handy right now in Española as a pilot product.
I mean, Commissioner, I appreciate that, and we should use the Guard more. Where are they right now? Anyone?
Fires.
Fires, floods, Las Vegas, Mora, Chacon, Rociada, Capitan. They're building bridges, they're saving lives, they're doing water rescues, they're exhausted. There aren't enough of them just to do that work. And I do think with the housing money, we can hire, right, the private sector, which we ought to be doing, creating jobs, getting a tax base to build any number of things. I do think we're behind. You're right about getting this stuff built. We could do modular housing, a ton of stuff. But in the housing for folks, we are going to have to figure out some tough stuff. One, the people who are in sobriety living are doing well. The people who are living in places without sobriety living, it's not going very well. Not going very well here, not going very well in Santa Fe, not going very well in Albuquerque. If you're looking for places of real crime intersection, look no further than those apartments. They're incredible. Or housing sections. People need treatment. Then they need case management, stability, support, reskill, job training, real jobs. But they have to be willing to get that care. That's the harder part. So dangerous folks, we're dealing with that incarceration commitment. People whose families would like us to go before a judge to get them treatment so that they can get job training and jobs and do well. This law would work for them too. I think I've told this personal story. I've got a 25-year-old family member that we can't get treatment for because he won't go. And unless you change the commitment laws, he's going to die on the streets of Albuquerque, like every other family member. It's not so easy. It's not just buildings. It's creating a situation where the people who need it can get it, who are willing to do it, and the people who aren't, that there's a system to interface there. You have to have both. And I'm happy to have the Guard when we're not replacing big bridges from, they do all kinds of building and stuff. But right now, during fire season, the worst thing I could do would be to try to deploy them someplace else where I've got families who are literally relying on them to rebuild bridges so that they can leave the flood from their house because the bridge is gone. So this is the wrong time to do that. And in fact, something else to know about the Guards. What else does the Guard do? Well, we deploy them to other states for the same services. California, Arizona, Nevada, all on fire. They came to us. Now we send people to them. So I know it seems like there's a ton, but I don't know that I would agree that this is the kind of emergency for the Guard. I do agree that this is an emergency. Dealing with high-risk populations and homelessness is an emergency. And in fact, cities can't, but counties can declare emergencies. Now they have to meet a threshold, so it's got to be damages. So if we figured out damages, we could do something. I have the authority to call a public health emergency if the Department of Health agrees that we have an emergency. Gun violence in Albuquerque was an emergency, still is. That is certainly something if somebody asks me to undertake, but then I boss you all around. And I don't mind doing it. I have to say that the mayors don't love that, although I think now Mayor Keller is liking this, and I would say that the police folks are liking it, but you should check. But I am open to any of that. So your point about can we do more in the emergency space, because that opens up money for me and you, I'm open. Has to meet some thresholds. I would consult with the cities and the counties, see what they think. I would.
So second thing, so Santa Fe County has a recovery center. It is a 48-bed facility that is being developed on St. Mike's, or just called St. Mike's. And it has come up short in its budget. It's 48 beds. It has the capacity to scale back the design. It could, just in their footprint, have another, I think it was 20-something, 24 beds. If only there was an injection of money. They're literally permitting the project right now. It is a in-treatment facility, 30-day treatment facility. Everything that we're talking about, all in one campus right now, and they're short, and we could ask for money. I can introduce you, you know the lobbyists and so on, but it's like they just need that little, I think it's $1 million to get them to that other level of treatment
They
facility.
need $1 million to do 20 additional beds?
Something like that.
I don't believe that for a second. And that's not to challenge you.
Yeah, it's
Buildings for beds, I would say that's more like $1 million a bed, a room. That's more like 25 million, but I'll make you a deal. And thanks for being here, Commissioner. I really appreciate you so much. I'll go look and talk to them. And this is a bit harsh, so I'm going to look at the mayor and then the county. The state has money, I got to get it appropriated. I just don't have a bank account that I can say, money for you, although I did a little bit of trash can for you in another community, because I've got thousands hanging around. But I have to get it appropriated. We should work together to make sure those appropriations are met and done by the legislature, make it a priority, but also cities and counties have 300 million more, not all of them, but as a collective, more today than they had in 2019. I think it's more like 350 million. Universities have a bunch of money in reserves. Your schools have 40% in reserves. Everyone is going to have to dedicate their resources to these priorities. This notion that the state should do all of it means it doesn't last. We don't create partnerships. We're not all having skin in the game. I want skin in the game. I want more rehab. I'm in. We should look at where we could leverage in Santa Fe County.
Wonderful. Lastly, we need to make House Judiciary and Senate Judiciary come to these meetings to hear these stories, because literally they're the ones that are in the way of this, and how we can get literally those roadblocks at the legislature. The rest of the legislature will come along, but that's where bills go to die.
I have a favor. Why don't you get every county commissioner in the state, and maybe we could get every city councilor to write those chairs and to tell them that you're coming to these meetings, that you expect them to come to the meetings. I don't disagree with you. I'm ready for them to hear the statements, concerns, questions, ideas, disagreements, people who are upset, and I'm going to go statewide, so I'm going to keep doing this. This is helpful to me. And the fact that you will stay late into the evening just shows me how dedicated this community is to doing better for yourselves and your citizens. And I'm all in, Commissioner, all in.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, good evening, Governor, and to everybody else there on the panel. My name is Christine Bustos, and I am a lifelong resident here of Española. And for 2 years, I was also a county commissioner for Uribe County, thanks to the lady there in blue. So for over one of those years, I was also the chairman on the 911 board. And I always forget, Matthew there was served with me. And one of the things I heard from all the different police entities here in the area is one of the problems we have here in Uribe County is, Uribe County is just short of 6,000 square miles. The county is of course mandated to have the jail, the county jail, which is 60, how many miles away from here? Well, about 80 miles. So the Española police force, our sheriffs, anytime anyone gets arrested, especially here in the south, which I believe is about 80% of the prisoners, one officer is taken off duty for approximately 4 hours. They have to transport them, they have to book them, they have to come back. The other problem is they die on us because they are 2 hours away from medical help. So what we need to do, and Chief Mizel said, we need a jail here in the south end of the county. And not only a jail, we need to get into the 22nd century now? We need a jail with a detox, with a mental health unit, so that people aren't dying on us. And they can triage them and say, as you said, maybe this person doesn't need to be in the jail. Maybe he needs to be in detox. Maybe he needs to be in a mental health unit. So that is a priority that I've been working on actually for about 1.5 years. I've been looking for funding sources, congressional funds, looking to see if we can get anything from the judicial services. Hasn't happened yet, but it's something that we're going to keep working towards. So that's one of our solutions I think we need. But the other one too is one that the governor and the governing body can help us with is, as you know, Española and our surrounding area here, we're in a very unique situation. We have no land, basically. Little by little, we're getting squeezed in. And of course the land, yes, Uribe has land north, no infrastructure. The city here is Santa Fe County, Uribe County, Oquewingo Pueblo, and Santa Clara Pueblo. We have no land. So what we need help with is maybe getting some from BLM, because that's the only way we're going to be able to build these facilities. A couple months ago, our administrator from the hospital called me and asked me to have a meeting with her. I spent 1 hour and 45 minutes with her talking about the drug problem. And she's really keen on bringing in, and as you say, it's actually available as some of the medicated assisted treatment, MAT. And it sounds great to me. We have nowhere to put it. We don't have buildings, we don't have land to build them from. So that's another of our priorities that we need to do. They actually got some congressional spending for the hospital to remodel one area of them because from what she says, yes, medical assisted treatment is great. You can get them on the meds 2 or 3 days, they're better. But if we could have somewhere where they could stay 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they'd be all that much better, the medicine would take hold. So that's another problem. But I just wanted to let you know about these and that we are working on things. In fact, in Uribe County, our opiate money went half to our Human Services Department for these programs and half to our Rack Stop program for prevention. So we are currently working on things, and I'm sure Sheriff Merrifield and the rest of our group here said, we're doing our best. So thank you again for coming, and hopefully we can all work together, and that's what we want to do. I've already pulled together 2 meetings with the chief, with our sheriff, with Santa Clara Pueblo, Teoquingue, Los Alamos, Huaque, law enforcement, and they're all pretty much in favor of this jail here in the area, so hopefully we can get it done in the fairly near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your service. You can go to the public health office here for medication-assisted treatment. We probably ought to advertise that better. We probably ought to do some community education. So I'm looking at the Department of Health Secretary doing that now. We can push it out faster and better. And we are going to have to figure out, I would call that kind of transitional housing. But we got to be, the caveat I'm giving everyone, I don't have a solution. I just want to make sure that the transitional housing we've invested in largely to convert apartments that were dilapidated, some condemned. We put money in, got them fixed up, got them so that they were met code, and we had a really successful operation in Gallup, and then I think we moved a little too quickly. And took that same provider to Albuquerque, talked to that provider about Española, and ended up with very high crime, high trafficking, high victimization in these transitional housing. It's created a huge problem. And it just goes to, we need people who want to stay the course. We need case managers. It's really tough out there. So we have to also figure out that personnel for sure. We can't just have people who are not ready to live on their own independently and shove them into an apartment. It's not working anywhere in the state.
It's me again. I really want to say thank you for coming out here and listening to our concerns and comments that the crowd does have. I would like to say that earlier you made a comment in regards to being able to kind of go in and understand what's going first and how it's working out, because that's essentially been the whole entity of my program, was going down to understand what exactly is happening. And in the back of my mind, I think, yes, all of these resources are essential and necessary, but then I also think, what's the least restrictive setting that I can provide in order to help these residents as well? Like, not just in-house, but residents as a whole. Because someone did mention the idea of, well, what if we just take them to the hospital? They do all these things. Even hospitals think, what is the least restrictive setting? So ultimately the idea has been, how do I work with these individuals and how can I earn the trust first to even step foot on the ground with them and talk to them? So one of the first essential things I have learned is they need to develop trust, they need to see consistency. So within that program that I'm developing, it is the consistency that needs to continue. Not just, let's sign you up, let's get this done, but also see them from beginning and middle to end. So if there's a way that I can also work more with your office and develop more programs that way, that would also be amazing as well. Because there's potential, these numbers are doable. I keep saying the numbers are doable.
I think they are too. We've got 20 million. I'm going to set a statewide program, but I do want providers, and so you could talk me out of it, but based on what I've learned across the country that's working, is you have an accountability standard for encampments. Don't let them happen. You have to have a provider that's doing intakes. You have to have a provider for each of the core service areas, and then they have to coordinate together. And the cities that have done that effectively, including some folks in Colorado, are the only places I have seen in the country who are getting a handle on this issue, or even to some degree eradicating it. Because when you have one shelter trying to do it all, it's not working. Frankly, use Albuquerque. They have many providers for unhoused populations. And I would say they're all serving collectively the same 100 people over and over and over again, while there are thousands of people now, thousands on the streets. And so I would be very interested in learning from you and having you participate in designing the state's response.
And I've been very fortunate working with, like I say, it's the whole thing of, yes, there's opiate, settlement, yes, there's funding, but the first thing that has been on my mind since I got here was, what can I do in the meantime in order to use the resources that we already have? Española is rich in resources. There's so many people that assist every single day. And, you know, I didn't even know half of them were here. I haven't been back to Española in years. But when I came back and I spoke to them, they're like, hey, by the way, we also offer food, and we also do this and that. And I'm thinking, how is that not advertised more? How is this not happening? So fortunately, like I said, there is a richness of that. Resources are here, and, you know, that's what I'm utilizing at the moment. So it begins here.
Hi, Governor. My name is David Cordova. Thank you for being first here tonight. That means so much to us. Thank you from our community. I really have a lot of respect, a lot of admiration for you. I wear a lot of hats. I currently serve on the board of directors for the Santa Fe Association of Realtors, and I represent the Española Valley. I grew up in Chimayo. I was born and raised here. I went to UNM. I left. I came back. The community is a beautiful community. I'm a realtor here, and I'm also a film producer. I work with a lot of wonderful people, and I recently met with the mayor last week. And one aspect I think that it's really, really important to me that to talk about, and I know we're talking about this difficulty that we're dealing with right now, but we also need to give them an opportunity to what are they going to do when they get sober? And I think it's really, really important. I want to put a big banner up in Española that says, Española, open your business. You realize we're going to celebrate our 250th anniversary next year, and we are such a beautiful and diverse community. A lot of opportunities here. We live close to the forest. We live close to, we're right next to the labs. We're right next to Santa Fe. But we're the one community that doesn't seem to get the resources. And what I've been dying to ask you for is one thing for us, is to help the city create economic development for the city of Española. Bring resources here, bring small business development here to northern New Mexico. Bring an anchor business here, a large business, so we can employ our people that are leaving. Give our kids, I also am a proud parent of a basketball girl, and we just went to Kentucky playing basketball. And bring recreational resources for our kids so they have something to do so that they don't follow the path of drugs and destruction. Give them opportunities so that they're aware of what the city, what's out there can be. We can take advantage of it here in northern New Mexico. And if you can help us, and I also represent a lot of businessmen that want to come into northern New Mexico, but there's a fear, because there's a big misconception right now that Española is just drug-induced, bad area to be at. And there are issues here, but there's 99% of the people here are good people. They're solid people. They work at the labs. They work in farms. I grew up as a farmer myself. I'm also a weaver from Chimayo. I mean, there's so many beautiful things that we have. We're all different people here. But the magnitude, the tidal wave of news media, including an article that came out last year in the Los Angeles Times, where it was just so negative about Española. And that is a big part of it, but that's not all there is to Española. And I really want to invite you here next time too, so that we can have, too bad the governor left, because I was going to say, they make the best beans and the best food at Santa Clara. When you ever go to
I don't know, the best was Matilda's. Are those fighting words here in this community?
Matilda's, yes.
I love Matilda's. I just got introduced, which I met at one of my officers to Socorro's, and I eat here far too often. But you do point out the richness of New Mexico culture.
And when I met with the mayor, he was so positive. And he brought his team out, they were positive. And I was happy to see the mayor and the Pueblo stay next to each other, saying, let's work together. Because what's good for the Pueblo is good for Española. And there's a lot of things that we can do on the quick fix. We can build beautiful signs, we can fix our sidewalks, we can put trees up. But I really, we just lost our big business here, which is another dealership, a car dealership we just lost. So we have no dealerships here, no car dealerships. But I want to make sure that the public understands that even though we're having issues, that there's a lot of beautiful things. And talk about housing. Some of the most beautiful Adobe homes are here in the valley. And we have housing, but the people right now, based on some issues not based with your office, but based on the federal level, the interest rates are really high, so we can't afford housing right now. They can't afford to get a mortgage, but there's a lot of opportunities.
We're going to build a bunch of affordable housing. You're going to have to help us.
I really want to, and I'm working on that in Santa Fe, but I think there's such a golden opportunity here for Española to rebrand itself and take its old and the new and make it so that we are open for business. We are wanting to bring business here so that we can stop losing our kids to Albuquerque. We can stop losing our kids to another state. You know, I have a cousin, he's a top surgeon in Scottsdale. Went to Scottsdale, he left Española, and he's the top surgeon there. You realize how much opportunities we can do if we bring our kids back and bring people here to the community. And I'll let you, and to give a lot of credence to the mayor, he's very open to finding different solutions and finding ways to make Española open for business and Española open to be here. And Española is the heart of the community, you realize that. It's the heart of Chimoyo, it's the heart of Hernandez, it's the heart of Puchas. This is our heart. My mom worked 40 years for the public schools here. I'm an Española Valley High School graduate. I am Española. We are Española. And together we can figure all this stuff out together. I'm so happy you're here. And I appreciate you being here. I just need to tell you, but let's help us with economic development and housing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cordova, it's nice to meet you. And I'm in, and I know the mayor's in. We've got a lot of opportunities in economic development, and it'll feel trite, and I don't mean for it to. For the first time, New Mexico's up on the top 10. I mean, to end positively, I like that a lot. We're on the top 10 states for inbound growth in America. That has never happened here. We got more than 40 people a day, which got some tension, moving to Albuquerque. We are investing in our airports, and our roads, and our wastewater treatment centers, our clean water treatment. We are bringing broadband. We've got a huge water plan, which Arizona is going to have trouble with water. But if we get the support for some of our ideas and they get amended and modified by other experts and policymakers, we're going to have the best water plan in the country, bar none. A lot of incredible stuff is here, a ton. We're in the top 5, top 10 now states economically. #1 for wage growth, #1 for advanced manufacturing. But it doesn't reach in to every community in the way that it could or should. And I've often thought about arts and culture and tourism, and I think there's a lot more to do here. I don't think my economic development office has done right by some of the rural economic development. Again, it's easy to get not just distracted, but sort of disoriented by all the stuff that needs attention. I mean, you know, growth is good, but it comes with some change. So I'd like to work with you and the local electeds. Let's find better ways to come up with a 10-year economic plan. Given the land issues here, it's complicated, but we're smart enough to navigate that and to develop those partnerships. I would love to do that. And I know it doesn't make any sense to folks here who live here, who've had their families here for generations. I learned to fish here. I learned to hike and enjoy the wilderness in the north. I didn't know there was red chili or Hatch chili in the south. No one told me about Hatch. I just came here to Velarde to get all of that stuff. I am a norteña. There's more that could be happening in the north. And I'm ready to make that happen too. It sounds like this community's all in. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Governor. One final comment too. Española is uniquely situated right between Santa Fe and Los Alamos, two very wealthy areas. And it's a great place to live. We need to change the narrative. And I like what you're doing because that's a huge step forward towards that. But thank you so much for coming down tonight.
Just real quick, Mr. Cordova, thank you for coming this evening. Had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Cordova. It's so important that we have citizens that come with constructive dialogue and come with solutions and come with how they can help at the table rather than spewing negativity and criticism and hatred, because that's not going to get anywhere for the betterment of this community. And thank you all that have been here this evening and continue to be here. It's so important for the benefit of our community that we come together as a united community. And so I just really appreciated the words Mr. Cordova brought this evening. He's going to be joining our community as a community development commissioner now. And so we're really excited about his initiative trying to be involved in our community. And thank you, Mr. Cordova, for coming.
So happy that you're here. And I'm just like sad that more community people from the Española Valley were here to
to talk, you know, this was their chance to talk with you what's going on in this Española Valley. And we do have a bad drug problem, and I'm from here. I am retired from Los Alamos Labs, and I did security there for 40 years. And right now I'm in a spot where I'm just going to move out because Española, it's not the same. It's, how can I put it? The drug problem is like so bad. Española is unsafe to live in. I'll tell you the truth right now. You got the drug dealers and people on meth walking the streets up and down. You can't even walk the streets at night or even during the day. Our families aren't safe. And this is for the mayor and for the chief. You guys aren't doing enough in Española Valley to people doing fentanyl all over our streets. I go to Walmart, I go to gas stations, I go everywhere. There's people just smoking fentanyl right there in front of me. I mean, your police department, I don't see them anywhere. I don't know where the hell they're at. They're not policing during the night. You don't see them anywhere at all. I go through the Española Valley. I'm retired. I'm here in Española. I'm doing my thing, going to Lowe's, going to Walmart, getting gas. You know what? I mean, it's terrible. Just because of this problem, I'm moving out of Española. And I love the Española Valley. It's beautiful. It really is. But I'm retired. I'm ready to get out. It's just horrible. And the police department, I don't know where the heck they're at. Because I go through town day and night. You don't see nobody. It's like, I see the sheriff department doing their thing. I see the state police, I thank them. But where Española's at, I don't know. They're nowhere to be seen. Nowhere. I see them once in a while, and I don't know where the hell they're at, to be honest with you. Because they're not, what do we say, like the drug dealers and stuff like that. They're on bikes up and down. They're doing the drug dealing. They go from point A to point B on their bikes, and they're going around selling whatever they're selling. You go to the homeless camps, and you have the drug dealers parked right there selling drugs. You go down to the homeless camps over there by right there behind the Santa Clara gas station. I mean, they're all parked right there dealing the drugs right there, broad daylight. I see it all the time. Walgreens, you see them drug dealing at Walgreens, you see them drug dealing at Walmart, right there in plain sight. And you don't see any kind of law enforcement anywhere, you know? But this is for the mayor and for the chief. Like, what's your police department doing about this? You go through town, why are they smoking fentanyl in broad daylight?
First of all, sir, I appreciate your comments, and thank you so much. I also appreciate that two of my supervisors are here, and it's good for them to hear comments like that. It's maybe something that we can tighten up. And you're right, Española is a busy town. Our department answers anywhere from 1,200 to 1,500 calls a month. I would welcome you to go to one of our public safety committee meetings. You hear everything we do. We are out there, sir. Like I said, we're at 28 now. No excuses. I will never make an excuse to a community member. But you're right, we are very, very busy. 1,200 calls for a city our size is a lot of calls, and that's at the bottom. In the summer, we go as high as 1,800 calls. A city our size, nationwide best patterns and practice indicate that we should have 4 officers for every 1,000 in population. That means for the most part, we should have 40 in Española at a minimum. That's not the case, but we're not going to complain. We maximize what we have. We have a lot of technology in Española. We have our automated license plate readers. We have our business coalitions. We have our neighborhood associations. You're right, there is a lot. And every day we have to prioritize that. And I'm not saying that your concerns in any way are minimized. But every day, we have to make decisions. We have to go to the calls that are the highest priority first. But I think I spoke earlier of all those operations that we're doing. And I love you saying that, Walgreens, we know that's an issue, sir. We talked with the Walgreens business, with the business coalition. We talked with Walmart, all the places you identified. We have monthly meetings with them. I welcome you to our meetings so that you can see what we do. If there is an issue with us not being out there, I'm glad that two of my lieutenants are here so that they can hear that and we can talk. Go ahead, sir.
Bad prostitution going on right now.
Yes, sir.
The prostitution is like bad. Prostitution in Española Valley. You drive through Española, and there's just prostitution all over the place. You can't even go anywhere. I mean, it's gotten worse. These girls are, you can tell they're probably 20 years old and they look 50, you know? And it's gone really, really bad. These girls are just prostituting to support their fentanyl use. And I'm just bringing it to your attention. Prostitution is getting really bad in this town. Really, really bad.
Yes, sir. Again, I appreciate that. What I'd like to do, sir, I'll give you my card on the way out. I would love to send you our last 6 months, the calls for service that we take, which include prostitution, which include all the things that you're talking about, how they're addressed in our city. I'm always welcome to share that. I can send you 6 months. It's 2 pages a month. It gives every call for service we have. It gives every type of offense that our officers respond to. And you'll see something, let me give you an example. The one that we have the most of in Española are called courtesy rounds, where people ask us to drive by their residences or businesses at some point in time or during a shift. On average, we average about 185 of those a month. So I'm a little surprised to hear that you don't see our officers either. They're very stealthy or they're taking the back roads. Either way, we want them to be out there. Every one of our vehicles is marked. The mayor and the governing body have made a request. Every car we have is fully marked. We do not have that other than mine.
I think right now you should have unmarked vehicles because the marked vehicles, everybody sees you coming. And that's when they slow down and they stop what they're doing. If you have more unmarked vehicles, you'll catch a lot more people.
Yes, sir, and I'll give you the reasoning behind the marked vehicles. It's for deterrence. That's what we want. We want people to know that we're out there. I drove, and I'll say it now, for the last 2 years while in Española, I drove a white 300 that was unmarked. Yes, I saw a lot of things, but imagine yourself, I go behind you, it was fully marked, it was lights and sirens, someone like me pulling you over. I would prefer that if you're going to be pulled over, you be pulled over by an officer in uniform in a marked vehicle. There's arguments for both sides, and you're right. My job as a chief is to balance that out, right? That's my job, and I'll tell you, every day that I've been in Española is as rewarding as it is challenging. And I'm just telling you, every day I am rewarded beyond belief, but I also see the challenges. And I can tell you that every night I think about what we can do to be better. What can I do? We can work with other agencies, with District 7, with the Sheriff's Office, with OK Wingate, with Santa Clara. We work with our community, like I said. We have these coalitions we've established. We're not out there not trying to do anything. We're trying to do our best. And we welcome people to be members, to come in and talk to me. I have an open door policy for any member of the community. A lot of people take me up. You come in, we'll talk about your issue, we'll go forward. I can't promise you that we'll take care of it overnight, but we will listen to you and we'll do our best.
Your officers know what's going on in Española Valley, but they're just turning their head, or they don't want to deal with it. They don't, they just want to turn their head, and they know exactly what's going on in Española Valley, but they don't want to do nothing about it. They rather turn their blind side. it's better that they don't see it. For them, it's a lot better. That way they don't have to do any kind of reporting or taken to jail or anything like that. But like I say, you know, I'm retired from the lab, and I spend a lot of time shopping in Española, and sometimes I don't even shop in Española because of this reason. I go to Santa Fe and Albuquerque to do my shopping, to be honest with you.
And in Santa Fe, it's occurring too. I use this story far too often, but you know, I go to the grocery store. I don't think people believe that. I don't go as often as I should because I make my husband do it, who's retired. But I go, and I go to Walgreens, I go to the dollar store or the Dollar Tree. I shop. I go to Trader Joe's, and there's a theft in progress at every store that I go to in both Albuquerque and Santa Fe every time I'm there. In Española, I was at a Walgreens, and a young girl was desperate for support and help and followed me around the store, and I was glad that she did. We have got to do better. I'm going to say something that I don't get solid agreement, and I'm not a trained law enforcement officer. But here's the data. Patrolling really works. Being present in anywhere, even when they know you're going to be there, same time every day, just 15 minutes of police in a neighborhood, by a store, on the streets, will reduce crime by an incredible amount. Even if you go from 8 to 8:15, 5 days a week, same time. The problem, I think, is this. One, remember we didn't hire any police officers or pay them for more than a decade, right? We did this whole thing in America. We don't need police. We can do community supports. We can be less assertive and aggressive. We can redirect people. Yes, but not in lieu of policing, in addition to policing. So we got that one. Two, everyone they arrest is right back out. And I think that is demoralizing, and it increases crime. So you arrest, they release, you arrest, they release, you arrest, more people come in. Now they can't keep up. So they're choosing between responding to the calls, which by golly, there's a huge liability if they do not. And then there's not enough people to patrol. So I've been a big advocate, frankly, like you. I worry when there's no patrolling. I'm losing my mind. I don't see police officers anywhere in the state except state policemen. It sounds like I'm being biased. But there's not enough state police either. And the chief will tell you, and the secretary, I whine about it all the time. Patrol, patrol, patrol. Crime moves in cars. Traffic stops, traffic stops, traffic stops. Do it. But we're in this weird revolving door, and I can say it, but can't make it a reality until we stop this revolving door. People need to be held when they meet these stricter standards. You got to deal with the jails. We're never going to catch up. And I'd love to tell you that if you believe, like I do, that we could pass some laws that strengthen those issues, it'll be fixed by tomorrow. It won't. But it'll be a really strong step in the right direction. We can never keep up. And I think organized crime is preying on people who are unhoused and these young women. I believe you. I see it. I know it. It's horrific. So if we don't change some of these laws, I can tell the mayor I won't give him a single dollar unless they patrol. And then he's going to get a lawsuit because they didn't respond to a call. And we're at square one. I'm going to need everyone doing all of these things at once. I agree with you. We need help getting these laws changed. Because if we don't stop this open door situation, you and I are going to be very frustrated about the fact that I'm afraid, you know, in 2.5 years, and I don't have to meet the same standards that you do. Somebody opens my door, I get out of the car, I mean, I might still be a little addicted to Allsup's burritos and coffee. I have no risk going in. I'm escorted by police, but I look at those gas stations and I see risk. And I worry about my husband and my daughters and my grandchildren. They have to park and get out of their car. I'm worried they're going to be assaulted or accosted. And quite frankly, just like your family, my family has suffered from a terrible attempted murder and a terrible assault just recently in Albuquerque. And I worry about everyone's safety. And it should be like that. So I don't know if we've got more folks yet right here. I've got a couple more, but we can make constructive changes. We can. But we're going to need our policymakers and our judicial system to keep pace with the realities that you see unfold in a home and community that you love every single day. I don't recognize a community in New Mexico. Not one.
Hello, Madam Governor, and thank you for your time. I just started here 3 months ago. I came to America 2 years ago, and then I came to New Mexico just 3 months ago as a job at Northern New Mexico College. I wanted to share this with you. I actually got off work at 5 and was here till 7. I left, but then, just when I reached the City Hall intersection, I turned my car and I was like, I need to say this. I came back and I wanted to share that I graduated from Ohio. And I come from India and I come from a small village where community is the same as it's here in New Mexico. Not just in Española, in Taos, and every other places. It's been only 3 months, but I've seen so much. And other than just the beautiful place, I've seen beautiful people. And I work with colleagues who bring me peach jam from the peach trees, or like they bring me cherries. So there are good things, and there are good things, good people in this community, and they actually need help. I'm educating myself. It's not been long since I've been in the US, or I am not a citizen, but I am a community member. And I feel like this is my place as well, for however long I'm here. So it does, when I hear such stories, it does make me sad that they're good people and, it's a good community. They want to help each other. Then what's wrong that's happening? And how can I help? I cannot vote, or I cannot sign, or I don't have those rights, or I don't have a voice like that. But if you tell me how I can volunteer, or how can I help the community, sometimes I do want to help, but then at the back of my mind, I'm also like 24. So, and I have a responsibility. I don't want to get into something and endanger my life, but then I think that I don't want to say no. Or if I see somebody who needs help, I want to go and help them. But at the same time, I feel scared that, I don't know if that person is carrying a gun or they have mental health issues. So how do you suggest, and I also like to apologize to anybody if I said something that would be offending, but yeah, I would, as I've seen people, a lot. So how do you suggest that I can make a change or I can help the community?
Well, welcome to New Mexico. Thank you for coming to this town hall. That says a lot about you and your character if you came back. Your voice does matter. And we all are empowered to use our voices better. I think maybe you should consider volunteering and going through a peer support training. And you could be eyes and ears trained in safe places with people supporting you, making sure that as we end tonight, we don't forget. I am really frustrated about public safety. I don't recognize my state, my communities. You cannot have this risk. But that should not imply that the vast majority of New Mexicans are kind and warm and smart and care about their communities and their families, and they would take everything and the shirt off their backs to support somebody else in any community in the state of New Mexico. We have more veterans, we have more military families serving per capita than any other state. We give more, we work harder, we work the land, we're good stewards of the environment. We are an amazing, multicultural, very open community. Share our feelings, So I'd love to get you involved in that regard as a volunteer. We'll get you trained if you'll give us your number. That's one of the best offers we got tonight, that everyone's statement of commitment is meaningful. And I don't want to vilify, but we are good people. I just want to address the stuff that's preventing good people from being safe and participating in the communities. Thanks for coming back. All right.
I want to welcome you to the beautiful Española Valley. This is a beautiful valley rich with culture and heritage. You have people that live here in this valley for 400 years. And before that, with the ancestors of the Pueblo Tewa peoples. This is a good, hardworking community, good, compassionate people. And unfortunately, sometimes that compassion is misinterpreted for situations. And right now, we have a situation with public safety, and it's going on across the state. You know, I've talked to so many mayors, like the governor's indicated. It comes down to harsher penalties. Our police departments are working extremely hard. They're overworked, but they've made the initiative to get these individuals. It's up to us, the citizens all here, to hold our legislators accountable, because the governor has pushed an agenda forward to hold repeat offenders accountable. Most of the people committing the crimes that we've talked about this evening, they are repeat offenders. And so welcome to Española. I'm really glad you came. I'm glad you brought some positivity, and you're willing to be an initial part of something better and greater for our community. So thank you.
I would also say that, you know, it's just been 3 months, but I've been learning so much, especially because I'm, you know, working at a higher education. I see kids who are first-gen students, and they want to do so much. And it's just that I think that they deserve so much more. And they do, because that's how any community works. You know? And I'm just educating myself, and it was a really good opportunity to learn more about it. So thank you so much for your time.
I'm Catherine Bennett, and I grew up in Old Town in Albuquerque. My parents were very involved in making Old Town what it is today. They started the museum along with a handful of other people, etc. Oh, Albuquerque grew too fast. There's probably more fast food joints per capita there than anywhere else. I don't want to see Española grow like that. I want to see Española have vision and control over their growth. And the little things that I've been, first off, the other thing I'd like to say is I don't think Española is a joke. And I would prefer to live here than in Albuquerque. I think Albuquerque is dangerous. I'm afraid of getting shot down there, not here. And I've slowly but surely, on my own, without any help, managed to buy hovels around the plaza in Santa Cruz and slowly but surely fix them up. And I now have 6 different places, and I'm working on a beautiful garden for one. I need help. I need bricks. I need flowers. I need, you know, people to come and volunteer. But I really think we can, you know, that we need to be focused on how we're going to grow this community, because it is going to grow. And that's what I'm trying to do where I am right now. You know, I see what I've created as little businesses eventually. Right now, I'm renting to Airbnb and places like that, vacation rentals, because it pays the bills, and every cent I get I put back into it. But I really see it as barbershops and artist studios and stores, you know, down the line. And, you know, I just want to say the positive things about this community are that that it is as small as it is, and that we really can accomplish something here that makes a difference. And what we have to create this vision together.
I'm going to give that to the mayor, but first, thank you. I do think each community really ought to, each community ought to determine their destiny. And each community should determine its destiny. how big it is, what it wants to look like. We're discussing asking the legislature, separate from the public safety, for historic plaza investments, including restoring the historic villages in tribal communities. They're so important, and they're going to cost billions of dollars, but start a fund, roll it out. Maybe we can help get some garden clubs and some folks. I love gardening. I'd come help you. So I would love to do that. I do worry that some communities have decided not to grow at all, and that is impossible. You can't do infrastructure. You can't pay for clean water. But smart growth that's planned that meets the needs and the attitudes of the community are really powerful and can be a positive presence for change. And I want to support local leaders and their community members to do that. So I am available through economic development and our departments and our housing folks to do as much of that as we can in as many ways as we can. I appreciate that you're here tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Kato, for coming this evening. It's so important that people need to realize the community and our budget for the municipal government is funded primarily 3/4 of it from gross receipts tax base. That's from businesses and that's such to generate revenue. Back to the gentleman that was earlier talking about the police department. We've made initiatives in the police department, and I don't know if you heard earlier about bringing up the pay to retain officers. We've also now budgeted for 32 officers. That's the most officers that we've budgeted for in several years at the city of Española. We're hoping to fill those positions by the end of the year. 17 years ago, the city of Española had 40 police officers. But one of the things that affected a lot of municipalities across the state of New Mexico was the repeal of the grocery tax. Grocery tax is a very aggressive tax, but it's put a lot of burden on municipalities to be able to provide services, specifically like public safety, to our communities. And so the legislature has worked on initiatives. They've cut some administrative fees. There's a gross receipts tax administrative fee that was actually repealed this past legislative session. And I believe the estimate back to the city of Española is going to be around $200,000 excess revenue just this past year. But looking at diversifying ways and initiatives like that is going to be able to help us provide the budget to provide the services to our citizens. So that's why it's so important that we capitalize on our small businesses and provide opportunities for them. And I thank the governor for all the initiatives she's done to support public safety in our small communities, because we just don't have the gross receipts tax bases to provide the services that our community needs. Our budget here at the city of Española has not changed in the last 10, 12 years. It has hovered at $12, $13 million for the last 10, 12 years. But we continue to grow with issues, population and such. It's hard for us to provide services to the public. And so we're really thankful that the governor's office has done the law enforcement retention fund. That's been able to be an incentive for our police officers. And we've also made adjustments in the budget because it's a priority for the governing body to focus on public safety and the incentives. And I believe that's been communicated to the chief since day one. Our communicated effort from all the general public is public safety. And we couldn't do it alone. We need partners like Riverview County State Police. They've been great partners with us to support here in the city of Española. 3/4 of the city of Española is in Riverview County, and Riverview County does help support the city of Española and State Police, so thank you.
I also would like to thank Chief Mizell, because I really think he's doing a lot for this community. I think you all are, and I appreciate it.
I think we've come to the end, and you should give yourselves a round of applause. This took a lot of effort and a lot of patience. I'm grateful to the people of this community and to the elected leaders, and to, do we have one more? No, okay, and to everyone who is pulling together. Thank you again for having me in your community.
Governor, we do have one more.
Oh, you're fired, Gina. Is it your, I'll hire you back.
My name is Jake Smith. We've actually met before. We actually had a photo op at UNM when we programmed at the College of Nursing. I don't know if you recall that. However, I'm here as a former UNM College of Nursing APRN Clinical Compliance Program Coordinator. I am here to ask for several inquiries into the Department of Health and into the University of Mexico, specifically the College of Nursing, and specifically the Department of Health criminal background check system, along with the midwifery division. I don't bring this lightly or without evidence. I actually have it with me today for you, Governor. However, I've also emailed it to you through your site. I have no other way to go about this other than to make it public. We need to protect our healthcare providers who are currently exposed to social security and identity theft issues. Putting a notice on your website on July 9th, after the Healthcare Association took it over, or authority, my apology.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sorry. Putting a notice on the the Department of Health website after the Healthcare Authority took it over on January 9th was not an appropriate message to your healthcare providers, your healthcare heroes, to let them know that their identity theft has been exposed. This has happened. I have documentation of it, and I've actually reported it several times to both you. I've also reported to the senators and also our city leaders. And I apologize to the city of Española for taking up your time. However, the governor did not decide to come to Rio Rancho, so I had to come out here. I am asking for a change, Governor. Our people are tired. We need change. I am tired of trying to fight a system while fighting homelessness due to the University of New Mexico.
Okay, I'm not quite following, and my apologies. Maybe it's just that it's late. Sir, I have Pat Allen, Secretary Allen. Can we follow up directly with you? I'm not trying to minimize, but I'm not really sure between licensing, certification, identity theft, and Social Security, just exactly where we are, and I don't want to disrespect.
And I don't want to break through. I agree. Thank you so much. I would appreciate that if you could stay up here.
Absolutely, and thank you for raising them. And if we can fix something, we will. And if there's something, we'll figure it out. I'm sorry I didn't quite understand, but I'm happy to make sure that we spend some time. Thank you. All right, thank you. How about just thank you, everyone, and be safe going home. And